Again, what? That's the top one. You can only. Oh. Okay. Going in one. That's why it's out. You don't have a. Because it will be better if you could give it on the check.
Colleagues, we're going to start promptly at past. So can I request the last minute teas and coffees, and then we'll be good to go.
How are you? I'm perfect.
Yeah, it's an instruction.
Let me comply. Let me comply. Sorry about. Sorry. Yeah. Let me comply.
Is it cold? I think it's connected. Is that not connected?
It's boiling.
It was boiling now.
Turn it on again. Just boiling.
I think someone turned it off probably.
But why would they do that?
Really?
When I made mine, it was.
I need to talk to them. When the meeting starts. I turned off.
I don't know.
Do you know from which media?
I'm biased. I don't know. Done. Oh,
Colleagues, we're going to start just now. Minister's just asked to crave his indulgence as a document he needs to finalize. So I'm told that they will be done in the next 2-3 minutes, and then we'll be good to go. Thank you very much, colleagues. All right. Sunborn. All right, colleagues, thank you very much. I think we are in a position to start. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you, colleagues, Minister and Deputy Minister, the head of the SIU, DPE, and the SIU team. We are scheduled this morning to meet with the Minister of Public Enterprises on matters that we have been dealing with. The background really, Minister, is that on the 26th of April, we met with the former CEO of Eskom, Mr. Tereta, following the television interview he had with ENCA, which aired on the 23rd of February. As we've reiterated in all the meetings that we have had, the allegations, some of which were new, some of which are things were already in the public domain, we were affair with, you were dealing with, and so on, largely related to corruption and criminal activity and maladministration at Eskom. We spoke about breaches of the PFMA, and as you know, we have met with Eskom more than any other entity, and they've conducted 2 oversight visits to Eskom. So we are here this morning because then Mr. Tereta made several references to engagements that he had, or alleges to have had, with the Minister of Public Enterprises, wherein amongst others he shared information about the alleged corruption and criminal activity at the power utility, including but not limited to the naming of the now known as senior politician, insofar as the activities of corruption were concerned at Eskom. So this meeting is to allow the minister to exercise his right to respond and react to issues that have been raised. So it's an exercise of the alterum partem, and for colleagues then to engage with the minister on the issues that are there. I know that there's other things that are happening in the public domain about these things, but would not want to go there. The issues are around really what Mr. Tereta has said. We have met with the National Commissioner of Police, we've met with the Hawks, we've met with the board of Eskom, the former chairperson of the board, and we will in due course be meeting with the advisor to the president, Dr. Mufamadi, as well. So, colleagues, what we'll do, we'll hand over to the minister, and the deputy minister has indicated that he will need to join the portfolio committee on public enterprises because SAA matters are being dealt with that side this morning concurrently to this meeting. So, but he thought he would start here, so we understand that you'll have to leave DM. So, colleagues, we'll hand over to the minister, and he will address the committee and raise these issues, and then we will then take questions after that. So, Minister, good morning, and over to you.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members of SCOPA, and thank you for this opportunity, as you say, under the Audi Alterum Partem notion, to respond to many of the assertions that have been made by various people. And as a preliminary comment, let me indicate that you undertake this inquiry in a context where clearly load shedding is harming the economy, investment in the economy, and disrupting the lives of millions of citizens. And very understandably, lots of people are very upset with Eskom and its performance at this point in time. State capture, as we've said to you on many occasions, has damaged SOEs very significantly. And today we can crystallize it, as some experts have done for us, in what is called the plant, the people, and process issues. And each of them has a multiplicity of subtopics that you can look at, and some you've looked at as SCOPA in the past, and other committees of Parliament have looked at it as well. There's no doubt that there is also, and I think the public should be aware of this, a link between corruption, sabotage, and load shedding. Although one cannot say that these factors are entirely responsible, there are a variety of other factors that intervene as well. Corruption plays a big part in what we see today, both corruption in the past and corruption that is taking place at present. It is also a time where we are a year or so away from the next general election in South Africa. So, as you clearly have pointed out, there's a lot going out in the public domain where fake political narratives, character assassinations, and all sorts of things are being said about individuals or collection of individuals or organizations. And that context or element of the context should not be forgotten as well. From the little I've heard while I've been away about some of the proceedings here, clearly it is also the governing party that is under attack. and of course it suits the purposes of electioneering to be in that mode. What we do require, however, is to set aside the politics from making Eskom work. And as I've said on many occasions before, the issue of electricity and energy, and indeed the consequences of load shedding, should be a mobilizing factor for all political parties, all organizations, and citizens at large as well. Government's expectations, as are the expectations of South Africans, of Eskom, are fairly clear. They want the electricity that they have been so used to, as citizens elsewhere in the world demand the same of the utilities, whether they are state-run and owned, or whether they are privately run and owned. They want efficient operations within the current generation fleet, and where it is clear that these efficient operations are not taking place, something must be done about them by those that are in positions of responsibility. We also, at the same time, have become acutely aware, both as a world and as South Africans, that we are undertaking a very serious energy transition, and that transition must be undertaken soberly and within the context of our own conditions in South Africa as we make our contribution to minimizing the negative impacts of climate change. We've got to, and we expect Eskom over the past years, subsequent to the state capture period, to rebuild the expertise and professionalism of management and the operational staff. And that should have been the focus of those in charge. We needed, as part of the process element of the 3 Ps, to re-inculcate engineering disciplines in the processes at the plant. We needed, as many have said, including our own treasury, to ensure that this organization once again reaches a point of financial stability and sustainability. And in doing so, the state has made its contribution by reducing the debt of Eskom and taking over some of that debt, but also expecting Eskom to seriously look at its expense structure and to cut costs in a way in which it would not harm the operations of the organization, but at the same time contribute to financial stability. It is also expected of Eskom that on a daily basis, systems, processes, the appropriate technologies would be put in place, which is well within the capability of any management of any institution of this type, to ensure that corruption in the procurement processes in particular, which would be of particular concern to SCOPA, must be dealt with, analyzed, and traced to its origins to the extent possible. It's quite clear, Chairperson, that whilst what I call State Capture 1 has been concluded, and although many are still to face the consequences of that, State Capture 2 in different forms and on a smaller scale, but perhaps even with significant amount of money is being lost, is pretty much at play. And I referred publicly to Mpumalanga being a crime scene on many occasions. So there's nothing new that has been added to this discourse or any insights into exactly what is going on at this point in time. Above all, the responsibility of both management and board, and indeed ourselves, and SCOPA as well, is to ensure that the good governance is in place, that to the extent possible, every member of staff has the appropriate level of ethics and integrity in their conduct, and that proper risk management systems are in place as well. Clearly, as SCOPA, you have a responsibility in terms of your terms of reference and mandate by Parliament to look at these and other factors and ensure to the extent possible that there's accountability but more important, delivery on these aspects as well. It is in this instance that I want to reiterate the commitment of myself and our department to parliamentary accountability and to be helpful in executing the mandate of SCOPA. As the TOR, or Terms of Reference of SCOPA, indicates, I look forward, and that many would, to recommendations from SCOPA that would assist in strengthening the financial and risk management systems and improve the governance systems within institutions like Eskom itself. In the recent past, as a result of these interviews and so on, the impression has been created that it's only in the last few weeks that South Africans have discovered that corruption is rife in institutions like Eskom. So to remind all of us, with the assistance of the department, compiled a number of documents for you. Some of them have been emailed to you, but there's 2 leverage files, Chair, that I will hand to you, to remind ourselves that corruption has been around for a long time. Some elements of corruption have been dealt with. Other elements of corruption still need to be dealt with. But we need to recognize that as far back as 2017, the same Parliamentary Committee on Public Enterprises, of which I was a part at that time, held an inquiry into Eskom, and its report was adopted by the National Assembly late in 2018. In 2019, we are all familiar with both the processes but the outcomes of the Zondo Commission and its inquiry into institutions like Eskom and the extent to which state capture damaged the institution. There have been any number of SIU proclamations and investigations, and it's good to see that the SIU head, Mr. Motiri, is here, that would give you an indication of work that has been concluded, but work that is still to be concluded in this particular regard. Institutions like Eskom itself have also undertaken forensic investigations of their own. So there's any number of reports that are available, both in relation to the past, but some in relation to the current period as well. For example, the supply of fuel oil to Eskom. So all these presentations and reports are in the files that I've indicated we will hand to you. I want to once again indicate that corruption is not going to be eliminated or minimized by engaging in what one might call politicking at this particular point in time. It requires boldness, it requires courage, it requires a principled approach in terms of opposition to corruption, and whatever the origins of corruption or the corruptors might be, in terms of any affiliation institutionally or political party, those who are found to be corrupt, against whom there is sufficient evidence to ensure that the law enforcement agencies will act in an appropriate way, must be dealt with by the law. We are also familiar, Chairperson, that whilst there is this word corruption, it embraces a number of different types of activities. So the sabotage that takes place as a result of mixing coal with stones at power stations like Majuba, the consequent destruction or damage to mills so that contractors that are required to repair the mills have a constant stream of work, the trucking industry that sometimes line up a couple of hundred trucks outside of a power station to deliver coal, rather than have conveyor belts conveying that coal. The contractors who are involved in one or other capacity, particularly in respect of maintenance of units of power stations. And one can go on to many different aspects like that. Each of those has good people in those positions and services, but there are also those who want to make, inverted commas, a quick buck in the process as well. Some of them have been identified, some of them have been dealt with, and more will be identified, and more of them will be dealt with as the NICOM processes begin to gather more momentum. And they are certainly doing some very interesting work at this point in time. There are a number of other assertions that have been made in that interview that you refer to and elsewhere. I'm going to respond to some of them. Eskom is not just a feeding trough for the ANC, as the former CEO alleges. There have been instances where there's been a link, and one can't deny that, between institutions like Chancellor House and some of the projects that have been undertaken. But at the same time, it's important to recognize that multinational institutions like ABB, SAP, local companies like Trillion, and the construction companies with whom some litigation and some negotiations are still continuing between Eskom and themselves and a plethora of others, and have been feeding off the Eskom situation itself. There certainly needs to be a separation, in my view, between the state and the party, and hopefully we will move more in that direction in the coming years. So, ascribing everything and every problem to a political organization, rather than having the sense of responsibility that accompanies the CEO's position, which says, I am also going to do my bit to ensure that corruption on the scale that I find it will not be allowed to continue on my watch, to the extent that I can, within the resources and capabilities I have, am able to do so. Is corruption costing Eskom $1 billion a month? I don't know. I haven't done the accounting. But this is not a new revelation, as I've indicated. I've stated publicly, as I've indicated earlier on today, that Mpumalanga is certainly a crime scene. There are lots of actors, both outside of Eskom and within Eskom, who are collaborating to undermine procurement and other processes, supply counterfeit parts, do a poor job in terms of maintenance of units when they have outages, and all of that is done to ensure that they get more work at the end of the day and make more money. And the relentless greed that drives people in this direction continues on an unmitigated basis. And this is what we've been trying to deal with since 2019. And as I've said before, there's no one action that is going to stop these things from happening. It requires a huge collective effort in order to counter the forces of corruption in the situation we find ourselves in. Then the old board and the new board. Why did it take so long to appoint a new board? It is regrettable, but true, even today, that skilled professionals and experienced business people whose skills are collectively required on boards of SOEs so that they are run properly, and we have people on boards who actually understand the business that they are supposed to be governing through board structures, do not want to be associated with SOEs. They believe that their reputations will be tarnished, that they don't want to be part of the casualties that, as other honest professionals have been in the past, particularly in the state capture period. So finding people of the right caliber, with the right integrity, and with the right public orientation in terms of the national interest is not an easy task. and this we have found in recent times as well. So many of the financially skilled people, for example, balance out their own reputational risk against what corruption and state capture has done to a particular institution. And that has been a factor as well in terms of the availability of people. And of course, there have been delays within government processes. So it's easy to say, you know, Minister so-and-so is not doing his job. But there are complex processes that go into identifying, scrutinizing, engaging with, and finally appointing a board. And I certainly do wish that we had taken a shorter time to arrive to the point where we are today. But I do believe that the board that we have appointed since about October last year has all the capabilities required, and in particular, we've tried to ensure that, and not tried to, but we have ensured that there are 4 engineers on that board who understand the engineering business, who understand the energy situation, and together with accounting and other professionals, they make a good combination that we look forward to making a valuable contribution to finally turning Eskom's fortunes around. Then there's the issue of micromanaging. Regrettably, I'm not an engineer. I was trained as a pharmacist. So how do I give engineering instructions to workers in a power station and say, use this bolt, don't use that, use this spanner, don't use that, work at this level of utilization of a unit, but not that level of utilization of a unit. So unfortunately, I have to categorize this as absolute nonsense. There's no micromanaging. I think here what we have is a CEO who thought he was a know-all, and he certainly hadn't worked in a power station situation before. So I refute any assertion and allegation about giving instructions. I'm told that there's somewhere I instructed a middle manager at Kuberg, for example. I don't know anybody at Kuberg to give instructions to. So why go and perpetrate, in this instance, a particular lie in order to undertake whatever character assassination this individual thinks he is engaged in? But at the same time, as a shareholder, I have not been shy to ask tough questions about how things work, why they don't work, what are the problems at a particular power station when units collapse, why has the EAF been declining over the 3-year period during the stint of this particular CEO, and there is nothing wrong with that, because I'm required to give explanations, whether it is to Parliament or to the public, about what goes on in this situation. So if tough questions can't be answered, then it says something about the capability of individuals. But Eskom has really good professionals who understand their business, who, if given an opportunity, can actually rise to the occasion. And I found my interactions with them and the department's interactions with them extremely valuable in understanding the constraints they work with, but also the possibilities that they have. And many of them are lateral thinkers as well, who think outside the box and who have solutions, but it would appear nobody lends an ear to them in a way in which there's a collection of ideas of different individuals and their wisdom and their experience to benefit Eskom, but also benefit South Africa as a whole. It is also true, Chairperson, excuse me, that elevated levels of load shedding necessitate that the shareholder, where it is appropriate in terms of the memorandum of incorporation, has to intervene to find out what is going on. So in December last year, it became fairly public that Eskom was saying it has difficulty in acquiring diesel. The acting DG on my right, another colleague of hers, and I got directly involved in trying to A, find diesel, B, check its availability, C, check its pricing, D, check the Eskom accounts to see if they had 1.3 or 1.4 billion rands available. E, make sure that that money went into spending on the diesel. F, looked at the logistics of the delivery of that diesel. Is that micromanaging and intervening? Yes. But we didn't manage the power station. We managed the procurement. We didn't even manage it. We facilitated the procurement of diesel. And we were simply arguing with Petro SA, which argument continues till today, that the premium that Petro SA adds to the cost price of diesel means that if they remove that premium, more diesel can in fact be used, more power can be generated from the OCGTs, and therefore possibly a level of load shedding could be avoided as a consequence as well. So if somebody is upset about that, bit of bad luck, because it was in the public interest to do whatever was done, but it was done with the full knowledge of some people that the acting DG was interacting with at Eskom, and similarly with Petro SA as well. Similarly, the acting DG in February 2023 had to, inverted commas, push Eskom to sign off on what is called a standard offer. And you'll remember the announcement by the President that wherever possible, and if megawatts are available, for example, in the Southern African power pool, we should acquire those megawatts as quickly as possible. But there's a long bureaucratic process, both outside of Eskom and within Eskom, that was delaying the acquisition of megawatts from Botswana and Zambia. It was only, 364 megawatts at that stage, but 360 megawatts is better than what some of the units in the power stations at some of the plants deliver. So we assisted in that regard as well. To sum it up, I'm an engaged and vigilant shareholder representative, and certainly not a passive one. My responsibility is to the public of South Africa, and of course must operate within the codes of corporate governance, but at the same time, it is important that what has to be done in order to mitigate load shedding must be done without necessarily micromanaging, but rather acting as an active facilitator to get these things done. So one would suggest very plainly and emphatically that there was no micromanaging as far as I am concerned. Eskom, of course, doesn't operate as an island in the South African situation. It is a key element in a complex ecosystem that involves regulators, that involves private producers, it involves its own plant, and it involves a policy department, let alone the law enforcement and other agencies as well. And facilitation of the right kind of cooperation amongst all parts of that ecosystem is absolutely important. So in plain terms, so that the public understands me clearly, there was no interference with the work of the CEO or of any senior manager at Eskom. And if that is the excuse that is being used in books or interviews for the lack of performance, then it's a pitiful excuse to be utilized. Let me then move on to apparently a statement made by the previous interim chair of the previous board, Professor Makhoba. that I had approved intelligence gathering. And implicitly or otherwise, he was suggesting I gave approval for what is turning out to be a problematic 50 million rand project initiated by the CEO. So firstly, I refute what Professor Makhoba is saying. With great respect to him, he's got it absolutely wrong. And I'll come back to some of those issues just now. Secondly, when I say to someone who says to me, last night a cable which is that thick was cut, and it sends me a photograph of it, I will say, well, can we get more information? Who's responsible for that area? How could a thick cable like that be cut to sabotage a particular part of the power station and cause a unit or two to fail? That is information about a specific incident that took place. It's not about go around and go and do the job of the South African intelligence services, whichever branch it is that we are referring to. So in that sense, Professor Makhoba is misleading and misinforming Scopa and the public as well. As far as the so-called Derator project is concerned, that he did not discuss the project with me at any length. He merely in passing, and I'll give you the chronology of events in a moment, said, I'm doing this because the law enforcement guys are not coming to the party. And I'm not using Eskom money, I'm raising the money privately, and I've told the chair about it. What he told the chair, I don't know. But today we discover that the project actually started in January 2022. The interaction I'm talking about happened sometime late in June or July 2022, 6 months later. So he was operating on his own free will, so to speak, on this project. And of course, at the same time, it seems he was writing a book as well, rather than focusing on his job of keeping the power stations going and providing electricity to South Africa. So for 6 months, I didn't know anything about this project, nor did I know anything about the details of what he was up to. So it was just mentioned in passing. His was not a request for approval, because I was neither asked nor did I give it. And therefore, this was an initiative of his own. And today, it's clear that the business sector provided some or all of 50 million rands, although there's some differences about who provided what number at what stage. I also had no knowledge of the BLSA, of the fact that BLSA was funding this project until it became publicly disclosed in recent days and weeks. To the extent that I'm aware, there were no reports to the Eskom board, either the previous one or the current one, and nothing was placed before the risk committee, audit committee, or any other structure of the Eskom board as well. There's certainly no correspondence that we've received in the department in this particular regard as well. Then comes the question, what did you know? What I was shown was a diagram with a whole lot of names on it. And I am being asked, and I'm sure some of my colleagues here are going to do that shortly, Chairperson, who are these people? So my answer is a very simple one. And I'm going to actually start with what some media houses have adopted as their stance, which is an encouraging sign, and then come back to what I want to say. So on the 5th of March 2023, News 24, which has published any number of articles in relation to what is going on at Eskom, and obviously they had some privileged information provided to them, say in an editorial the following: the recent leak of intelligence files from a private investigation initiated by the director has piqued, PIQED, renewed interest in the gangs looting Eskom. Many of the allegations about the sabotage of power stations have been investigated and published on News 24 over the past 2 years. Allegations of the involvement of politicians as overlords in this grand scheme have been swirling around for years. Without tangible evidence that will withstand judicial scrutiny, there is no point speculating who these politicians may be. We all have our suspicions, but without solid proof, they will remain just that. So, Chairperson, I'm not going to implicate or smear the reputations of others without credible evidence and verifiable facts being provided. Intelligence dossiers, as some of you might remember, have done a great deal of harm and immeasurable damage to our country and to its institutions, and, by the way, to individuals like Johan Boysen as well in the past. In fact, I was the target of a so-called intelligence report in early 2017, after which I was fired as Minister of Finance, so I know personally what I'm talking about. I was not given a copy of any copy of any report of the investigation. I cannot mention the names of people, as the investigation was not complete as I understood it, and in fact I was told that this was preliminary information, but certainly not evidence. Furthermore, it would seem to me that there were weekly reports that the director received from this project. So I would ask that SCOPA requests the director or the people who conducted the investigation, or those who might have had subsequent access to these reports, to provide details or names of individuals. The basis for me knowing the names is discredited, and this investigation also stands to be approached skeptically and discredited as well, as some of the allegations or information cannot be verified and is untested at this particular point in time. Let me conclude, Chair, by saying the following. One of the questions apparently that is being raised is, you knew about corruption and what did you do? So part of those two files that we've sent to the committee indicate some of the actions taken. I'll just run through the heads of that. Firstly, as soon as we settled into the DPE, after the appointment in March 2018, I in fact asked for some staff to be set aside and for them to collect all the forensic investigation reports from all the SOEs and assemble them in a special room that we set aside for all of these reports. I then decided on legal advice that the SIU is requested to review the forensic reports and take appropriate actions, and Advocate Makobe, who's here, can verify that. The SIU conducted a review of 22 forensic reports covering the period 1 April 2015 to 31 March 2018, and obviously there were many more subsequently, to assess, monitor, and follow up on implementation of recommendations that were made arising from those investigations. The department's evaluation of the reports confirmed that some were not fully implemented. A service provider was appointed to verify an additional 245 forensic reports covering the period 1 April 2010 to 31 March 2019 to assess whether the reports predating the coverage period of the verifications were implemented. Subsequently, there have been several SIU proclamations with respect to various SOEs, and that led to a whole lot of actions. I can detail them a little later, but to give you a taste for one or two, the SIU launched investigations into 14 coal transportation service providers concerning payments from 2010 to 2021, that's 31st of January 2021. As a consequence, 5 employees were suspended, 1 resigned during the interview with the investigating team, and 1 resigned prior to commencement of the investigation. There's several other examples here. The SIU has referred 5,620 matters to Eskom for institution of disciplinary proceedings, for failure to submit financial declarations, which are integral to the process of preventing and detecting conflicts of interest. 135 for failing to declare or get approval for doing work outside of Eskom, 10 officials red flagged through lifestyle audits, 10 officials referred through whistleblower reports, and so on. Eskom itself, from the time of the late Jabu Mabuza, took its own initiatives. Contracts were cancelled as a result, again, of SIU's investigations. A contract of 6.9 billion rands with a particular company, building contracts to the value of 4.1 billion rands, and this totals to approximately 11 billion rands. Contracts declared invalid by the courts, again 3.7 billion rands. Savings or losses prevented. There was a setting aside of a contract for 2.6 billion rands, cancellation of another contract, 5.5 billion rands, a building contract dispute that was settled for 400 million rands, and of course you're familiar with the ABB situation and the monies that they've paid both here and in the US as fines. Evidence referred to assisted Eskom in defending contractor claims before the Dispute Arbitration Board, and this resulted, if I just take a quick count, a total of about 3.4 billion rands being saved. Next, we implemented the state capture report, required all boards to develop action plans, which they themselves have to implement, and there's a team within DPE that is monitoring the implementation of these reports. And we also appointed a legal team led by a senior counsel to assist the department in taking action and implementing recommendations, where contracts amounting to 14.7 billion rands were subject to state capture would be dealt with. Approximately 4.8 billion rands is being claimed against SAP. That's not South African Police, that's a technology company, PwC, the auditors, and former directors of Eskom. Eskom and SIU successfully recovered 2 billion rands unlawfully played, and I think you've covered that in some of your work in Scopa earlier on as well. The DP is currently finalizing consultations with the company's registration office with a view to imminently launch director delinquency proceedings against 13 former directors of Eskom. 25 names of former senior executives of Eskom have been identified for inclusion into a centralized database of individuals dismissed for their involvement in state capture or who resigned from Eskom to avoid accountability for state capture. So that's the first part, Chair, and some evidence of what we did. The second part is I've also played an active part after repeated sense of frustration being expressed by the CEO at the lack of movement from law enforcement entities. And it is in this regard that I consulted with Professor Mufamadi and asked for his advice and assistance in trying to address some of the concerns that have been arising from incidents at Eskom, which only, of course, the CEO knew about. And in particular, this would involve investigations of criminality and vandalism that have occurred at Eskom as far back as 2019. State capture and corruption has rendered the institutional dysfunctional, as I said, and Mpumalanga province manifestly, as I said earlier on, a crime scene. The consultation with Professor Mufamadi was based on his ability to convene the relevant authorities concerned with the backing of the authority of the presidency so that priority investigations can get the necessary attention. And the law enforcement work stream of NICOM is now taken over much of this work and is providing an integrated basis upon which, and I think some numbers have been made public in this regard, corrupt individuals or instances of corruption or sabotage or any other form of damage to plant are in fact being pursued. So as I said, the professor would be able to mobilize support for these investigations, and that should lead to some fruition or conclusion once that mobilization actually occurred. But I believe the professor will be addressing you, and he can speak for himself when he actually does so. Finally, let me say very clearly that I stand totally opposed to corruption, and where it was within my scope or ability to play a role in assisting Eskom to combat corruption, I have done so. Where it was within our powers as a department to assist Eskom in relation to one or other regulatory constraint being removed, we have tried to do so as well. Where it was possible, after much dialogue with the Treasury, but also the intervention of the President, to enable the country to take the Eskom debt or part of the debt onto its own books. That has been done to assist Eskom as well. But I think the CEO has done two things that should be noteworthy. First, the contract that he signed as a self-proclaimed champion of corporate governance and as the only person in town who understands the role of various institutions and people within a corporate governance context. There's a clause 15 in his contract that he signed when he was employed as CEO, which requires confidentiality in terms of the affairs of the institution that he served. In no big institution like Eskom in the private sector would you have a CEO who has left for whatever reason going and writing chapter and verse about events that have been taking place within the company itself. But secondly, he seems to have remembered for some reason, in particular the 1980s, and taken the country back to Swat Kafar tactics by labeling all of us as communists, as people who are mindless, as people for whom the hammer and sickle must be drawn in our parking bays, which is the worst insult that anyone can cast on South Africans who want this country to work, who want Eskom to work, who want load shedding to end, and who want to mobilize capacity within Eskom, within government, and within society as a whole in order to make sure that the right things are done. Thank you, Chair, for your patience.
Right. Thank you very much, Minister. Right. I'm sure colleagues have got questions. I think we are good on time. Can I? Right, colleagues, what we'll do is. Right. We'll do like last week, colleagues. I will give you 15 minutes uninterrupted. What did I just say? Your 15 minutes uninterrupted. It was a massive tongue twister there, right? To pose your questions. I won't come in unless clarifying matters. And then let me just check here. Right. Babu Somyo, you are first off the bat. Honorable Van Minen, stand by.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister, the team, the head of unit SIU, colleagues and the media. Well, thank you very much, Minister, for the detailed brief which you have offered the committee, which set a form of a compounded response on the areas which have been raised by Mr. Director. Mr. Director is your former GCEO. I'm using it with an underlined thick line. Your former GCEO. Meaning, therefore, at whatever range, as an executive authority, as well as a shareholder in the institution he leads, you have had certain expectations. Could you just outline those expectations, which were at the head of your actual intended goal on having a character as the CEO in the name of Mr. Director? That's the first question. And the second question, I'm just trying to chase these 15 minutes, so that you attend to the questions as I would outline them. The second area is that you have elaborately indicated that you don't have that report. You don't know that report. You have never influenced that report. Yours has been the role of a shareholder of an executive authority which would from time to time interact with the GCEO on matters of interest of the country and of the populace. So your interactions were basically objective in nature for the achievement of the ultimate requirement of Eskom to serve the population. Looking into what he has termed now, that whatever I've done not outside, not away from the executive authority, and in whatever form, my performance, my indulgence has been at the known by the executive authority. You have indicated that the report is not known to you. You don't have the report. But surprisingly, the funders are on record in saying they know the report, they have received the report. What would you take out of such an instance when you are the executive authority of the body Eskom and the former GCEO, his accountability, though to the board, in a large instance, is closer to the institution that you lead, and specifically yourself as the shareholder representative. Thirdly, my emphasis would always be on the knowing or not knowing that kind of a report. There is a point of emphasis to all those who would confess in knowing the report, that one, the report has given rise into what the President has outlined in the State of the Nation address as the intelligence report, and reference that report as per having impact on what has been done thereafter. Your own account here now is an indication of a series of events which come even before what is termed the start of the investigation, the finalization of that investigation, with the effect that yourself, when you are appointed in that office, you had to dig into some forensic reports, attend to such, work with the SIU in dealing with those matters. And I would take it that the brief to the President would have been the brief which is direct from the executive authority, which is yourself. Now then, how can anyone claim that such a report would have given rise to the reference by the President on the report which is not known to the executive authority, on the report which is not known to the board, and on the outcomes which are not necessarily known and you can account on? How would it be then that make a reference point and people celebrate that the outcome of such a report would have given rise to the acknowledgement by the senior office in the land as showing the result of that kind of investigations? Your comment in terms of that instance. You say to us here and now that it's you who went to the President and you insisted in that there must be intervention in this Eskom, specifically the Eskom debt. And it has been your responsibility that we have found this a kind of action being attended to, even up to the current tabled budget by the Minister of Treasury. And how then on earth you would find out something which is not known to you, which is not known to any other accountable senior office, would find itself into the script of the President addressing the state of the nation. And therefore, people celebrate that the amount invested on the report is amount spent well in terms of the outcome of the report. Your comment around that instance. Yes, indeed. The question which went to the former chair of the board was prefaced on the fact that the primary responsibility of any board appointed is to ensure that there's accountability of those who are performing executive function in an institution. And therefore, in whatever instance, that body, which is an accounting body, accounting authority, would have to give guidance on whatever happens there. And the former chairperson will proudly say that that board was kept away from the information which relates to the outcomes of such a investigation. And the chairperson alone would know what is actually happening. That is in the name of the fact that the outcome, even the direction for such investigation, is driven by the fact that there's absolutely no trust to anyone. No trust to SSA, no trust to the police, no trust to everybody who has a responsibility to deal with all aspects that relate to the functionality of Eskom. That you don't know that report, does it reflect the fact that the same man, the same GCEO, the man you brought into the company, didn't have trust in you, that you don't have that report? And how can you deal with that aspect in terms of your understanding on your interaction exercises with the former GCEO? And the second last question, which hampers on that, is that now we are aware, as you are aware, that that report has been funded outside of Eskom, outside of government, and it's only the portion of that amount which is known where it comes from. And the bigger portion is not known. In your summation, what do you think are the intentions of such a senior officer in an institution which has been categorized by government as a protected institution in terms of its information, in terms of its own infrastructure, and those are supposed to act in it are supposed to act within a high intent of security, and the breach of such around this kind of an outcome. And the man has never been vetted. What is it that you could probably say to us as a committee, and with hindsight, in as far as those who are involved in the work of such a massive institutions as it is the case with Eskom? Lastly, Chairperson, this goes to the fact that even yourself, you term it a derated project. The project is a start time and the end time. It's got the ultimate results and the objective. And in this instance, if this is the derated project, and we are talking about a man who has been appointed as the GCEO of Eskom to keep the lights on, and the lights are not on, to keep the country warm, while in winter, the country does not enjoy that warmth, to ensure that we enjoy protection through light during day and night. That is not happening in the eyes of the former GCEO. And the man is getting out with a thick document, which is his writing on his hands, even deserted by those who were thinking that they're going to produce the book, and the book is in his hand. Has he produced an exit report as a man who has left that institution? And what are the elements of that exit report as a man who has been employed in that institution to execute certain functions and duties? As you would know, you have been responsible for receipt of such and for demanding such as the man would exit the institution. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
All right. Minister, over to you to respond to that. Honorable van Minen, stand by.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Honorable Somyo for both his remarks and his questions. You ask what were the expectations of the GCEO. The very same things that I mentioned at the outset of my statement, which is that, as you pointed out, subsequently deliver electricity to all South Africans, ensure that there are efficient operations of the current generation fleet, whilst understanding that there will be an energy transition and that renewables, amongst others, might play a role and will play a role in generating power, which is already happening in South Africa. But as we stand today, more than 80 to 90% of our megawatts are actually generated by the existing fleet that we have, including what we get from Kahora Basa as well, which is about 1,300 megawatts. And when we use diesel, you can get up to 2,000 megawatts from the open gas turbine operations, and that is what uses diesel. It is to build up the expertise and professionalism, both at a management level and at an operational level, because we understand that the state capture process had seriously damaged those two levels of staff. Whilst there are good people there at Eskom, they needed to be reinforced. They needed to be constantly upgraded in terms of their skills and their training, and mentored so that they can perform the huge responsibilities that are placed on their shoulders. And with it must come the professionalism and integrity that is required, and the ethical conduct which is required as well. Anybody who runs an organization is going to check, do I have the people to deliver upon my mandate or not? And if I don't, how do I find them? Many good people and highly skilled people left during the 4 or 5 years of state capture. Many of them have been approached several times, not necessarily by him, but by others as well, to return to Eskom, but they wouldn't do so. Reinculcate the engineering discipline, the process part of the PP, the plant, people, and process issues that I referred to earlier on. Because in the reports and analyses that we've been provided with by experts, it's clear that this engineering discipline has been seriously weakened. And if we don't have a disciplined set of operators and who are familiar with the way in which an engineering organization operates, both they and the organization will find themselves in difficulty. I think he used to correctly point out, which I haven't done, that, for example, the non-payment by municipalities, and therefore the non-payment by people who reside in those municipalities of electricity charges is a growing element of debt to Eskom. But included in that debt is also large businesses that are, according to what I'm told, if you like, cooking up the meters so that they underpay compared to what they're supposed to be paying and get on top of that. Some of that happened, some of that hasn't happened. Make sure that the state funds are used wisely. And here, the expectation is that with modern technology, and in particular big data analysis that is developed now in many firms as a capability, and with the artificial intelligence tools that are appropriately designed, it's not as difficult to track down malfeasance in procurement processes. And I think a lot of money could have been saved. So was that happening adequately? Is a question that has to be raised. And above all, as I said, to ensure that there is an appropriate level of abidance by good governance codes and the promotion of integrity amongst the staff. He frequently pointed out that there were individuals around him that he didn't trust. But some of them are still there in their positions and should have been dealt with if there was sufficient courage to do so, which seems to appear only when something is written or a video clip is provided. Now, you make reference, Mr. Somyo, to the report. I don't know whether there is the report or whether there are those reports or whatever the case might be. But there appear to be reports. It appears that they were shopped at 4 media houses from about December last year, from what I'm told. And not all media houses bought into it, as I indicated to you from the quote that I gave. And some did, and published whatever it is that they published. But to believe that all of that is the truth about what is happening at Eskom is, I think, something that needs to be approached with a high level of skepticism. You then point out, and I've seen in an interview as well, that it appears that the business organization that provided some of the funding received a report. I don't know what that a report is. I haven't seen it, and it's something that you as COPA could pursue if you so wish. The link with SONA, the report, and so on, well, whatever allusions are made in that regard, as you correctly point out, are misplaced, and I'm not aware of any linkages in that direction. As far as the previous chair of the board is concerned, I mean, I have a high regard for Professor Makhoba as a scientist and for his own personal integrity, but I'm not sure whether he gave too much of leeway to the CEO during the period that they were on the board. It would appear so. No trust in state agencies, that would appear to be the case. At the same time, I think we must grant that there's a impatience amongst both yourselves, ourselves, and the South African public who want to see more people in orange overalls. And we can't deny that. So the law enforcement agencies need to take some product or the other which would create a greater sense of urgency and speed in their processes and demonstrate that we as South Africans are serious about tackling this issue of corruption. That he was not vetted, we left that to the board. But at one stage, the CEO did indicate to me that the SSA has been there to vet him, but he is not going to provide his personal financial information to the SSA because he doubted what would happen to it. Now, that was his choice. So it appears there have been several interactions, but he chose not to abide by that process, it would appear. So I just noted what he said on that particular occasion. Did he prepare and present an exit report? The intention was that he would stay on after he tendered his formal resignation to the board. in order to provide the board with some space, if you like, to conclude the headhunting process of a new CEO and utilize that time on the one hand to provide continuity, but on the other hand to prepare his, well, we would call it not the exit report, but a handover report. Similarly, the chair of SCOPA, as we reach the end of term of this administration, I imagine will prepare a handover report for whoever succeeds him in this position. So that's normal conduct that one engages in. Oh, you're coming back? Okay. I won't interfere with that process. And I won't micromanage it either. So in sum, Honorable Somyo, many of your observations are correct. But as I said, is there a report? Are there many reports? Who got the report? I've got a lot of other work to do, so I'm not going to spend my time just on this thing. There are many other projects that the Deputy Minister and I need to get off the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Van Minen, you will come back, Bab Somyo. Honorable Van Minen, over to you.
Thank you very much. And Minister, thank you very much for the input that you gave us. Now, just to start, you warned about the dangers of politicizing this process. However, I think we do need to understand that there are some facts that are very much common cause that leads us to where we are today. The ANC has been the ruling party since 1994. Decisions that go back to 1998 affected how Eskom had maintenance performed, how there was capital investment or no capital investment. So we've got a record of decisions going back 25 years that lead us to the situation we're currently in. In addition to that, I mean, we've had load shedding now since I think it's about 2008. So, I mean, that is literally a 15-year period. It's not something that has just sneaked up on us. And you're quite right, of course, when you say that we're now in a very serious crisis situation. This affects the economy. It affects people's ability to get work. It affects people's everyday life to the most nth degree. And it is probably the biggest crisis currently facing South Africans. And I think certainly we can accept that the vast majority of South Africans simply want this to be solved. They want Eskom to work. Or if not Eskom, they want to know that they have a secure power supply, but that is going to continue. And we're all obviously wanting to work towards that goal. However, we can't step away from the fact that what we're seeing now is very much a result of poor policy choices, of an inability for various reasons to control corruption, state capture, theft. We're currently now seeing a situation where we see the currency in free fall, not in small part due to some rather dubious decisions regarding the situation with Russia and the Ukraine. I mean, this threatens all kinds of things, including AGOA. That includes the citrus industry, the motor vehicle industry, 500,000 jobs. We're really sitting in a very, very serious situation. But on the other hand, we have this very curious South African disease, which is to always shoot the messenger. I mean, we see it again and again and again. And in this particular case, one's now hearing, oh, well, you know, the previous CEO didn't do this, or he didn't do that, or he had a confidentiality agreement. Maybe he should have done it differently. To a certain extent, that is really irrelevant to where we are now. The point is that there have been, and even before the book came out, we've seen at Scopa over the last few years, and certainly in the last 3 weeks, some very, very serious statements and allegations made, not just by Mr. De Ruyter, but also by other players that have been here. Last week we had SAPS, the Hawks, the SIU, and the board who were here. And as the shareholder, Minister, it must be very concerning when you see what is coming from some of those sectors. So the Hawks, well, quite frankly, don't seem particularly interested in investigating allegations. They have all kinds of reasons why they're not investigating allegations. They bring up all kinds of excuses, including they didn't know or it's not new. I don't know why not being new isn't grounds for investigation, but that's what was raised. Issues like that. The SIU is putting shoulder to the wheel, but their hands are very much tied by what it is they can investigate. And then the issue of the board is very, very serious. So it's supposed to be a board that is engaged. Well, quite frankly, Minister, I've never seen a board that is less engaged. The chair said, quite frankly, quite boldly to us, that the fact that there are allegations of serious corruption from political players in Eskom isn't Eskom's problem, because it's SAPS that was investigated. So he genuinely doesn't seem the slightest bit interested in pursuing any of these allegations. Now, this is the board that supposedly has oversight over this critical structure. So we're really sitting in a situation where serious allegations are made. Certainly as Scopa, we've been hearing serious allegations for some time. As you've said yourself, there have been many investigations and inquiries into Eskom over the years. But at the same time, there's a board and law enforcement that genuinely is disengaged and doesn't seem interested. In Afrikaans, there's a saying that says, "Dis die klein jakkalsies wat die oes eet," which essentially means that it's the small jackals in the fields that eat the crop. And we're really seeing a situation now where the very organs and bodies that are supposed to have oversight and investigate the very serious allegations that are happening don't appear to be doing that. So my question coming out of this to you is, as the stakeholder and as the minister, what is being done to ensure that these bodies are actually going to perform, that the board is engaged, that SAPS and the Hawks take seriously allegations that are made and have been made at several different levels? Because it's very important that we actually move forward. It's good and well to say we've had corruption for a long time. That doesn't normalize it. And we're at a situation now that is so critical that we really have to see movement going forward. Now, you talk about this report and about what you did or didn't know, and you say you don't have a copy of the report. And then you talk about the fact that the two names of political players have been raised, but there are preliminary investigations. Now, I'm not asking you for the names, but what I do want to know is, were you informed, even if it was at a preliminary level, of the names of people alleged to be involved with this? And if so, is there political will to pursue this, to see if there is anything to it, and to see where this is going? You talk about Mpumalanga being a crime scene. What is being done, again, by the law enforcement agencies, who last week genuinely seemed mystified by evidence raised about the cabals? So what is being done about that? Because, I mean, that connects to the coal, it connects to all kinds of issues related to state capture, not to mention the apparent love or even addiction that certain state players seem to have to coal-based energy, rather than moving forward to alternatives that could also assist with the reconstruction of Eskom and power supplies. State capture continues to be apparently deeply embedded in Eskom. And it really is a case now of scavengers just feeding off a carcass if nothing is done. Are we going to see the ship being moved? Is the ship actually going to shift? We can change deck chairs of a Titanic. It isn't going to stop the ship crashing into the iceberg if nothing is actually done. And then also what I want to touch on is the current acting CEO, Mr. Kasim, now says that he's not worried about a grid collapse. Well, if that is the case, what does he know but the rest of the country doesn't know? Have there been shifts that we aren't aware of? I mean, we're seeing blackouts and power cuts continuing on an enormous basis. We're now at a worse situation at this time of the year than during the whole of last year. So obviously the situation is getting worse. Why is he suddenly not concerned? And what are we seeing there? And does this have anything to do with his trips abroad? Because we really do need to know what is happening there. And then finally, when it comes to the Eskom debt, I think we also know that a large issue of the Eskom debt has been mismanagement and corruption at a lot of municipal level in collecting arrears, in collecting monies that are owed. Again, we have yet to receive, and Eskom, Scopa has investigated this with COCTA, we've yet to see if there's going to be movement and assistance at that level to ensure that these municipalities are actually capacitated to be able to do their job, to ensure that debt is reduced. Because what's also happening on the street level, so to speak, is that the people who can afford to migrate to other alternatives, such as solar, are doing so. That means an enormous amount of people who do pay accounts and who have financial wherewithal are exiting the system. This is simply going to make the debt trap worse, because what it is going to do is leave the people on the grid who, for various reasons, are either paying their accounts and corruption is eating them up, or they're not paying their accounts, which means that Eskom is going to get to a situation where it's continuing to decay, it's continuing to essentially fester because of the internal problems, but there also won't be money coming into the system. So can we please also have some reassurance and some information on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Over to you. Honorable Hadebe, stand by.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Van Mennen. And I agree with a lot of what you said, surprisingly. We agree, at least, that we should not politicize this process. We agree that load shedding has been around. There have been mishaps in terms of delays in first deciding on building of Medupi and Kusile, and secondly, the delays in the construction and development of those projects themselves. And there have been lacuna, so to speak, as far as what was requested before the Director's time and after his time, for 4,000 to 6,000 megawatts to be provided in whatever period, in order that there's the space to undertake the maintenance that is required. And you're absolutely right that the situation in Europe, certainly for the Northern Hemisphere, but elsewhere as well, has created volatility as far as energy markets are concerned. And hopefully we have peace in that area and some negotiations commence sooner rather than later. The one area where I disagree with you, this is not a mission to shoot the messenger. Mr. Director is not a messenger. He was in charge of an institution. He was responsible in terms of his contractual obligations, by virtue also of his position as CEO, for whatever Eskom did or did not do. And his expressions about corruption are nothing new. We've all said it before his time, during his time, and we'll say it after his time, which is the point I tried to illustrate earlier on. It's nothing new there. What is new and interesting, and the South African public would be interested in this, was he recording every conversation that he had with everybody? Was he more interested in writing a book that would mask his legacy as far as performance at Eskom is concerned? And is that what this book is about? Because if the message is there's corruption at Eskom, we've all heard it before. And that's not, as you correctly point out, the issue. The issue is what are you doing about it? And what are the law enforcement agencies doing about it at the end of the day? And what are each of us contributing to minimizing the possibilities of corruption? Because we want to see a society where this phenomenon does not exist in any form. So this is not about shooting the messenger. This is not this poor little guy that's being attacked. I mean, he goes into personal descriptions of all sorts, I hear. I haven't read the book. Is that necessary to give an account of what you did or didn't do at an institution like Eskom in order to explain to people why Eskom is where it is today after 3 years of his stint there at the end of this period? If you are in charge, you are in charge. If you are in charge, the buck stops with you. If you are in charge, you must show a sense of responsibility, and if you haven't accomplished your mission, show a sense of remorse. I'm sorry, South Africa. I tried my best. I couldn't do better than what I did. That's what was required. So, forgive me for disagreeing with you as far as that is concerned. And then you don't go around making allegations about individuals. That's character assassination to defend yourself. And some would say that's narcissistic behavior at the end of the day. But we're not here to analyze his psychology. we are looking at the far more important things as a country. On the question of the hawks, I mean, in the presentation to you, on slide 15, last week, but there was another slide as well. But in this particular slide, they say that there are currently 3 known investigations linked to a director, namely an alleged poisoning case in which Mr. Director is a complainant, alleged failure to lodge a Section 34 report in terms of PRECA, which I believe he did the day before he appeared before you, and what is this? Yeah. This is still pursuing the PRECA point. But where there's a slide 7, I think, where they say, this is still about Section 34. They say they made a number of attempts to approach him, and they couldn't find him, he wouldn't respond, etc., etc. But I'm aware, because he did tell me, that he went on to meet the head of the NPA. He met the head of Hawks. He met the head of SIU. He met the head of the South African police, amongst others that he might not have told me about. And those were all of his own initiative. Good, he took the initiative. And as I pointed out already, South Africans are impatient. They want to see people who are messing up their lives in orange overalls. And I don't care where they come from or what their origins are. If they are guilty of engaging in this kind of conduct, then the law must take its course. You say the board is not engaged. In fact, they're quite engaged, but I think what you found was a board that is still finding its feet in a very complex environment, probably. I haven't been through any recording, but I've heard bits and pieces. I will check with the chairperson about the issue that you are raising, and certainly make him aware of their responsibility in this regard. And as a shareholder, we will make sure that the board applies its minds. But I don't think it would be fair to say that they are not engaged in this particular instance. At the same time, we should not have expectations of a board about work that a law enforcement agency should be doing. That might be a bit of an unfair burden that we are placing on the board itself. You say that as a shareholder, I must make sure that these bodies intervene, stroke work, stroke do their bit. And that is why I've set up any number of discussions, interactions, and ensure that action was taken. And I'll give you one other illustration outside of Eskom. The issue of cable theft is a big issue as far as Transnet is concerned. So this is probably going into 2022. With the assistance of Mr. Mufamadi, senior police officer, the Transnet security people, and others were brought together at my behest, and we discussed how the police in particular, but other law enforcement agencies, could mitigate the issue of cable theft. It had some impact in some areas, but there's 30,000 kilometers of rail, so it's hard to monitor all of it. We also, at a particular point in time, I'm not sure what the status is today, had the industry working with us, particularly on the Ermelo-Richards Bay line. Drones were made available, people on the ground were made available, and that did have an impact in those places where the monitoring was taking place in order to minimize either cable theft or any other kind of interference on the line. So these matters have been raised in various fora, but I hear you, and to the extent that it is within my capability, but it's also a matter that you could raise with Professor Mufamadi, who is better placed to intervene in these regards, so that we can get more action going on this particular front. Is there the political will to pursue the two names or more names? Well, I think we're all aware by now that there was a Brigadier Berger who was involved in one way or another in this project. And in that instance, that's an indication of the fact that the SAPS is aware. And now, if this gap between information and evidence is narrowed in some way, the law enforcement agencies must do what they have to do. We can't instruct them to do anything. And that, I think, has been an important precedent that the President has set as well, that there shall not be any kind of interference with the work that they have to do as far as law enforcement is concerned. Excuse me. On the question of debt, I think you make a valid point that if we're not careful, if too many people go off-grid, Eskom's revenue will decline over time, and its capabilities will therefore decline as well. But what we have to look at and start modeling, and some of that work has been done, is what would a new transmission company bring in as cash, because it will generate funding of its own. I've had now 2 or 3 interactions with the China Grid Company, which is the largest transmission company in the world, and the way they run their show, including the 68%, I think, control they have in the Portuguese grid and a similar control in the Philippines grid, shows that this is an area where, if you like, a new business model will begin to emerge, where how you make money as an energy entity begins to change over time. Your point about grid collapse, Mr. Kasim is speaking the truth. And essentially, what he is saying is the following, that in South Africa, through the kind of expertise that we have deployed in Eskom, and that they have been able to retain in Eskom, what the levels of load shedding does is to manage the supply-demand equilibrium, and to ensure that the transmission grid works, as it seems to work elsewhere as well, again, subject to correction, at 50 megahertz. And What they do at the control center is to watch that number 50. If it falls below 50, they release a pump storage station or they operate a OCGT to again get the supply right so that 50 megahertz is targeted again. Secondly, the purpose of levels of load shedding is precisely to ensure that the grid does not collapse, that all of us will make a contribution actively or passively in order to make sure that the appropriate level of demand is operating at the right time in order to manage the supply that is available at that particular point in time. A grid collapse is where there's a total mismatch between demand and supply, where there is no buffering and safety factor built in, and where you have what people elsewhere in the world call blackouts. It's happened in California many times, in the most advanced economy at this stage in the world, but it's happened elsewhere as well. Texas was a recent example in the United States as well. And when he says they don't think that they would get there, is that he's actually explaining that we've built in enough buffers through levels of load shedding to manage the equilibrium between supply and demand. And that is why it's quite important that all of us support, if you like, demand-side management. How we put off geysers, how we use our kettles, how we leave lights on or off, and so on, can save up to 1,000 megawatts a day. And that can make an important contribution to managing this balance between supply and demand as well. So be assured that we have some very good professionals operating in the systems operator area, and we will make sure that they are very frank in the assessment of where we find ourselves, and equally frank with the public about what to expect as well. And whilst being realistic on the one hand, my colleague, Dr. Ramakopa, will be doing whatever he can to ensure that as many units stay online as possible during this particular period. And the operator level expertise is reinforced in an appropriate kind of way where required. And at the same time recognize that we are in a particularly bad situation because of the 3 units at Kusile not being available and the 1 unit at Kuberg undergoing the refurbishment that it is undergoing, which gives us a loss of approximately 3,000 megawatts, which you would normally have in a winter situation. So this is an extraordinary set of circumstances that we find ourselves in. But if there's anything new, Chairperson, we'll make sure that you're aware of it. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much, Minister. I know that, excuse me, I know that there's a plethora of issues related to Eskom which we would want to look at, but may I implore us not to lose sight of the primary reason why we are here. So I'm just craving your indulgence, colleagues, also as part of time management to make sure that we give all members an opportunity and they get ample time. Right, Honorable Hatebe, your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Minister and your team. Thank you so much for availing your time to answer into these very sensitive and damning allegations. I think I must premise my address by saying, indeed, as the Chair, and we have alluded to the fact that we always endeavor as a committee to uphold the principle of natural justice, the audi alteram partem rule, that no one should be condemned unheard. So the exercise today is precisely for that reason, to ensure that we do not unfairly condemn others without having an opportunity to be heard. I just want to thank you for your time. We now know that questions that I wanted, they're very serious, straight pointed questions that I wanted to raise, and you have assisted in answering those questions. And we now know that, as you have responded and alluded to, that the information given was unverified and unsubstantiated in relation to the names, and one wouldn't want to go into character assassination and defamation of character based on information that is not verified and unsubstantiated. We now know that Mr. Director refused to be vetted, yet he went on to institute intelligence investigations. Furthermore, we now know that that report was not, based on what we have alluded to, submitted to Eskom, yet the BLSA is in possession of such a report. I want to strongly say that action speaks louder than words. We therefore cannot say Mr. Director's action are irrelevant. We need to question and understand Mr. Director's question in order for us to be able to understand the intentions. So you have well detailed what it is that you have done. You've also furnished us with the volumes of documentation containing what it is that you have done. So my first question will be, did the former group chief executive provide evidence to you when he shared his concern on corruption, and did he make any submission which reflect that he had reported this issue as required by Section 34, subsection 1 of PRICA? I'm raising this because Mr. Director is just not an ordinary whistleblower. He had a responsibility and duties to act in a certain manner. The second question, Honorable Minister, what do you think of Mr. Director's tenure at Eskom? I'm not sure at this stage whether I should continue calling him a former group chief executive or an aspiring author. In your understanding, was it an utter failure where KPIs were hardly achieved, or was it a challenging time and probably Mr. Director and his executive did not have the capacity to deal with the complex and difficult problems of Eskom? Does the minister think that Mr. Director response to us when he appeared before us lack the straightforward information is just another attempt to cover up his failure? My third question, Honorable Minister, you have already alluded to the fact that Mr. Director was operating, to quote your own words, operating on his free will, and for 6 months you did not know anything about Project Director. Now, good corporate governance demand that the director must use the position of director or any information obtained while acting in his capacity as a director knowingly to cause harm to a company and its subsidiaries. Given these duties, do you think Mr. Director used the information which he obtained whilst a group chief executive of Eskom, and he used this information to his advantage, and secondly to disadvantage Eskom? I'm asking this because he called a press conference and later now there is a book. Do you think, in line with good corporate governance, Mr. Director compromised Eskom and he used the information obtained as a group chief executive to disadvantage Eskom and to further his interest? The legal principle, Mr. Honorable Minister, of judiciary duties of a director, which all of us are familiar with. There's a certain duties that one needs to meet, and it's to raise a standard of good corporate governance behavior. These include the duty to act in good faith, loyal, as well the duty to act in the best interest of the company. Now, in light of these judicial responsibilities, Honorable Minister, would you say Mr. Director has executed his fiduciary responsibility well, or has he failed in his responsibility? I'm asking this because he failed to alert the institutions that are responsible and are obliged to ensure accountability, institutions such as parliamentary portfolio committees. Some of the information that was raised in the interview, even though majority of such were not new, but there was certain information that we had for the first time, and he appeared before us on several occasions. Would you say, given such standards that I've earlier highlighted, Mr. Director failed in his duties in terms of ensuring that parliamentary committees are informed and kept abreast of all these allegations? Now, I know that you are not taking a stand, Honorable Minister. You just merely been afforded an opportunity to unearth the truth, correct the lies if there are any. Mr. Director, in his interview, he said one minister uttered the following: in order to pursue the greater good, you have to enable some people to eat a little bit. Mr. Director further alleged that there was one particular high-level politician involved in these allegations of corruption, and when he informed a minister, the minister looked at the senior official and said, I guess it was inevitable that it will come out anyway. I'd like to ascertain and confirm or deny whether these allegations made by Mr. Director, this minister that we are not told, but we now know in the submission that some of these were attributed to your good selves. And having served with you for years and having known you, would you please be so kind to confirm whether or not these are indeed true, so that we take the South Africans into confidence? I'm raising this based on our duty and responsibility as enshrined in Section 92 of the Constitution, that we have a duty and a responsibility to ensure that cabinet members collectively and individually are accountable both on the execution of their powers and their functions to Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Honorable Hadebe. Audi alterum partem is a useful concept, legally very appropriate, but I have to emphasize I'm not here on trial. So you can ask me to help you to clarify certain things, but I want to be quite emphatic that I've done nothing wrong that I have to explain myself on. And the culprits who have done something wrong can come here and account for themselves. So, whilst I might be pilloried in certain quarters, my own record speaks for itself in serving the public of South Africa for 5 decades. Secondly, you correctly point out that unverified information should not and cannot be used in any legitimate way, but that nor should character assassination be allowed to be perpetrated in this forum or in any other forum. If somebody has done something wrong, let them account for it in an appropriate manner. The CEO, you say, had some evidence. Did he report this information? I don't know. Like I said earlier on, he's met a lot of the law enforcement agencies himself. There is the Section 34 report that he lodged prior to meeting with you have a post-nasal drip that you need to attend to. As an ex-pharmacist, at least I can help you on that. Yeah, I'm under treatment too. Yeah, I treat myself. So I wouldn't know what is reported and what is not reported, and what the nature of his Section 34 report was also. But I think we found the slide which I was referring to, which is slide 17 from the Hawks, what I referred to earlier on, which said to you, the DPCI through Major General Gerber, the provincial head in Mpumalanga, reached out to Mr. De Ruyter immediately after his media interview to ascertain the information firsthand. Mr. De Ruyter declined to meet Major General Gerber, but referred him to his lawyer, Mr. Willem Janse van Rensburg, who promised to talk to Mr. De Ruyter and revert to the DPCI. Unfortunately, the promise was not fulfilled. So that's the level of cooperation. So on the one hand, you have a couple of years during which law enforcement is not doing enough, et cetera, et cetera. On the other hand, you have a situation where law enforcement is trying to find out what are you saying and what's the basis upon which you are saying it, and he refuses to cooperate with them. But I suppose that's what melodrama is about at the end of the day. And all of us fall for it to some extent or the other. You asked me to assess his tenure and whether his KPIs were met. And I think we're not here to evaluate performance, but at the same time, you are right. The situation he entered at the beginning of 2020, soon after which you had the COVID pandemic shutdown, where, for example, certain things that needed to be done at Coburg a little bit later in 2020 couldn't be done or was delayed because of travel issues across the border in between, say, South Africa and France. I think it was in that instance. So the situation was a tough one. He inherited an organization that was still being rebuilt and that had found itself with financial constraints as well. But you applied for the CEO's job. You were interviewed by 4 ministers. Before that, you were interviewed by the board. You accepted the job. You said, as you accepted the job, I'm willing to take a salary cut in the national interest. Quite contrary to what is happening now in terms of the approach to the national interest question. So then you take responsibility for what you inherit. And secondly, you change what you inherit. And thirdly, you ask for help where that is appropriate. And I've outlined a number of things that we've tried to do and others have tried to do in order to assist, to the extent that you now have, as of the 25th of July last year, a National Energy Crisis Committee where the whole whole of government is involved in trying to assist Eskom recover from whatever the issue is that affects it. So, 2 points. The first is he covering up his failure. Regrettably, it would appear that some human beings find it hard for their egos to take a knock. And I believe there's something in the book about Nampak as well. So you've got to keep explaining yourself as to why you find yourself reputationally in a particular position. And in this instance, you do it, as you are hinting, and to use your words, cover up his failure. He didn't fail entirely. I think the work that he did in relation to the just energy transition was good, although he showed very poor accountability. And so that was another example of a lone ranger operating, going to overseas meetings, meeting people that should be met at a political level, for example, and so on. But I'm sure as a retort somewhere along the line, when he appears on one or other platform in the coming days, he'll retort to all of that. But that initiative was a necessary one, and one that we need to pursue, as I said, within the kind of conditions we find ourselves in as far as South Africa and its relationship to coal and transition away from coal is concerned. The second issue is the one that all of you are raising, which is, has the performance of the plant. So forget about, I believe it says somewhere, I'm not a strategist, I can't think strategically because you need to have a 20-year view. We'll leave that aside for now, but merely say if you want to get to the 20-year view you hold, you better cross the 3-month bridge first, otherwise you'll fall in the river. And the river here is the performance of the current plant. And what is it that you did to ensure better maintenance, higher quality of operators, and to make sure that if plan A failed, there was a plan B that you were open to listen to? So what is singularly lacking, and has been lacking, is a simple thing called humility. And all of us require it from time to time, whatever level of arrogance we might have assumed about ourselves. Because if you don't have humility, you don't have the ability to listen. You don't have the ability to reflect. You don't have the ability to take other people's ideas if your ideas are not good enough in this situation. Well, that's what I learned over 50 years of activism. It might not apply to these very sophisticated people who think they're much better than all of us, put together or individually. Does one think that he used information obtained from Eskom to the disadvantage of Eskom? I certainly think so, because what you find in all of the commentary emerging, A, from him, but also from the commentariat, is about what bits of what happens in Eskom, not all of it, because I don't think anybody can put the complexity of what goes on in that institution and make that jigsaw puzzle look intelligible at the end of the day. So again, I think no serious CEO of a serious institution, private or public, as I said earlier on, would break the kind of contract you sign and the obligations, as you correctly point out, that come with not just your fiduciary responsibilities, but as your responsibilities as a CEO of an institution. And everything now is about enhancing one individual's reputation and making sure that anyone who stands in the way is lathered with one or other kind of brush to indicate how stupid they are, how inadequate they are, how idiotic they are, because at the end of the day, as some people have pointed out to me, there's only one hero in town. And you can judge that for yourselves. Even the interview, as I said earlier on, Chairperson, you could have had if you like, a technical interview which says, this is what I was able to do, this is what I was not able to do, these were the constraints I faced. But it was a fascinating 3-year experience. And I hope I've left the institution better in respect of A and B and C, and I think I haven't done enough in respect of X and Y. That will demonstrate a measured approach. It will demonstrate an exit nature of the discussion. But no, here you have to malign individuals, but then extend, as I said earlier on, to utilizing SWAT kafar tactics, which everybody conveniently forgets when they write what they write. You know, it really, for those of us that were activists during the 70s and 80s, reminds us about what the state, apartheid state, in particular P.W. Botha and company, utilized to mobilize white voters at the time, and how they were able to characterize all of us as terrorists of one kind or another. So does that mean that all of this is about politics, in addition to being about some personal issues? That's a question that you have to ask yourselves, I think. One minister saying must enable some to eat. Well, I haven't seen anybody who's so hungry for whom I must say they must eat inappropriately and eat public funds. No, I will not say anything like that. Nor will I tolerate anything like that. And as I said repeatedly in our interactions this morning, I don't care where you come from. If there's evidence against you in respect of corrupt activity, pay the price. End of story. So that something might come out at the end of the day. Well, it might not, depends on what goes on. But the suspicions have been cast far and wide as far as his assertions are concerned. So I will not tolerate corruption, bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Bucas, and then Mazamban, stand by. Honorable Bucas, your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you,
Honorable
Honorable
colleagues, we got on time, so come back. Honorable Bucas.
So yes, second round.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Minister, thank you that you give us some clarities on some of the issues. This engagement, Minister, is part of a list of engagements, not necessarily to show how important the interview was, but to clarify South Africans on what has happened, what is still happening, and also the view of the different stakeholders. So there are also some interventions from your side, as you alluded to, and we will appreciate progress on those interventions as it unfolds. Mr. De Ruyter, Minister, took the initiatives to engage with some of the institutions, but none of those institutions have a report or hard evidence about what is happening. And one is asking who's fooling who now. Is he playing to the gallery or what is happening? So, but as SCOPA, we must do our oversight without fear or favor. And it is exactly for that reason that I wanted to state. I was so surprised when I hear the content of the writer's interview, and especially his distrust in a state where he was still an official. So, Minister, did you by any chance after that interview try to engage with the writer on those allegations? Secondly, Chair, one of the allegations of Mr. De Ruyter is also that many of the new appointments were the confidence of the minister. What he said by implication is that the appointees don't necessarily have the qualifications. It doesn't say in which field, however. It boils down for me to the fact that Eskom is collapsing based on officials who don't know what to do, and this is why we are sitting in this crisis of load shedding. And it is also embarrassing for the current government, and I'm not speaking about the ANC, I'm speaking about the government as a whole. So, Chair, Minister, can't the government take action against the writer? Because at the time of the interview, he was still the accounting officer of Eskom. Then, did the writer ever present a report to you on where corruption is taking place, specific sites where corruption is taking place, how he planned to deal with it? Then, Minister, during the tenure as Group CEO, did the writer had a capacity, and his executive had a capacity to deal with the problems of Eskom, or did he ever table a progressive turnaround strategy to you as a minister? Chair, I can't help to also speak about this intelligence report or the 50 million. There was a 18 million from BLSA. And for me, maybe, I don't know, Chair, 32 million is a lot of money. It can't just happen that you got it somewhere. And it's so difficult for me to understand that only the writer is aware, like the minister was saying, I don't know if I hear correctly, that he got weekly reports on the investigation of the writer, not the minister, got weekly reports on the investigation of that intelligence report. I want to understand that 32 million. And Chair, from where I'm coming from, with that 32 million, we can build a lot of houses, clinics and everything. So that's why I'm saying that where does that 32 million coming from? And if it was from Eskom, why is it that the writer never account to Eskom about that report? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Minister. Let's get responses to that, and then Honorable Lisi will come in.
Thank you, Honorable Bierkus, and we certainly want to help to get as much clarity in the public mind, the objective public mind as possible, and ensure that South Africans understand, as you said, what is really at play in this situation, notwithstanding the political climate that we find ourselves in. So is this an instance of playing to the gallery? I think in addressing Honorable Hadebe's question, the few people who've gone through the book or his various articles, which I haven't, indicate this in very simple terms. The only hero in South Africa is the writer. The rest of us are all fools. And only he knows what's best. Only he knows, like I said earlier on, what corporate governance means and doesn't mean. And the rest of us are still in our nappies, apparently, and need to just stand at his feet and learn from him. So there's certainly a case to be made to suggest that. Did I engage with him after the interview? I was shocked at the interview and its content. Somebody sent me a clip. I forwarded the clip to him, expecting a response. No response came, to the best of my recollection. So no, it is the board that interacted with him. It's the board that met and asked itself the question, what do we do in this environment? Having said the kind of things he said, should he still remain at Eskom, or should he exit as he had indicated last year? And they made the decisions, and they, as the board, informed him of their position in this particular regard. I was informed by the board, but I didn't engage with the CEO himself. Appointing people without qualifications, I didn't quite get the question, but if there's any hint that I wanted him to appoint people without qualifications, that's absolute nonsense. I've built many institutions in my time and appreciate the value of professionals and experts, and more importantly, retaining them within your own organization. And Eskom, more than any other organization, doesn't only just require so-called experts on paper. What one learns in the Eskom situation, and I suppose in many other types of businesses as well, is that experience counts. So what you need to do is to combine experience with expertise or qualifications and get people to grow in that environment. Use the wisdom that comes with experience, but use your qualifications that teaches even maybe the old timers some new technological tricks that they in their time might not be aware of. When I first started interacting with staff and engineers at Eskom, some of them would say, and you might have heard me say this to you as well, in Scopa and elsewhere, that the really experienced power station managers who stick around for 10, 15, 20 years at a particular power station don't have to look at the dials on the operating equipment. All they do is they listen to the sound of the mill, or they listen to the sound of the turbine, or they listen to what's happening in the burner and the boiler, and they can tell whether something is wrong or not. And then they go and investigate. So that's what comes with experience. And one of the things we've certainly learned in my time is it's important to retain experience and at the same time grow new talent within an organization as well. I'm not sure whether that happened in an appropriate way in this environment. Eskom used to be a phenomenal organization and ran a phenomenal academy to train engineers and so on. And in my recent interactions around the form that holding companies take in different parts of the world, I came across, I think it's a Malaysian example, where the, say, transport sector would have its own college. It will have its own academic courses and training courses for people that will eventually end up in the transport sector as well. In the energy sector, they'll have an energy college, and they will grow and teach and educate and prepare people to join the energy sector also. So there are examples in other parts of the world that we could learn from. And some of our institutions, particularly the training capacity, has not been revived as it should have been, regrettably. taking action against the CEO. I'll bring that to the attention of the board. They might be discussing it, I don't know, and make them aware of this possibility, but ultimately it's for them to decide. As he indicated, where corruption takes place and how he's dealing with it. Yeah, there've always been examples available, like the Majuba example I gave earlier on, when the president and the rest of us visited the Tutuka power station. And as you walk around the grounds of the power plant, you see this big yellow equipment, and we were told by the managers there that these are what are called compressors, and they are forced to hire those compressors and renew the contract for the hiring on a regular basis with the same people. If you bought that equipment, you would have saved tons of money. But it's nice to illustrate the point. And your question is a valid one, which says, having understood that this is what is going on in that environment, what have you done about it? In fairness to the local staff, I think what is important to know is that in power stations that are in far-flung areas, people do live under fear. They are scared, because if they talk about X or Y and what they're involved in, next thing they will get a phone call which says, we know where you live, we know where your children's school, we know what you drive, and so on, to strike fear in the individual concerned. So it isn't an easy life for people who operate in power stations. And so to some extent the CEO's concerns around law enforcement taking a stronger stance are valid. There's no doubt about that. But ultimately, we've got to also create an environment in South Africa where our own communities don't do things or hide things or support people who are engaged in these sorts of activities, because at the end of the day, load shedding then affects everybody, not just the few who are engaging in this nonsensical activity or harmful activity. Plans for turning Eskom around, there have been many plans, as I said, over the years. Parts of each of them would have worked to some extent, and there are huge possibilities to take Eskom in a new direction, given the restructuring stroke unbundling exercise, where significant parts will be completed by the end of this year. And that provides an opportunity to change the culture, to change mindsets, to introduce new systems of control, which is what Scopa would be interested in at the end of the day. The 32 million, did it come from Eskom? I think we've been told that none of the cash came from Eskom itself. But that's what we were told. There's no evidence that anybody has unearthed which indicates that the 32 million out of the 50 million came from Eskom. It might have come from other private individuals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You speak about the training colleges. I'm reminded of the teacher training colleges that were in KZN, Ntuzuma, Nogqigazi, and so on. All right, Honorable Liz, over to you. Honorable Liz says is going to use his 15 minutes, one question. So, Honorable Liz, your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had the privilege earlier of being granted a new title by the Minister. So here goes for Special Agent Mazamban. And not quite, but I suppose that's a good story. Minister, you say that you were shown a diagram and there were names on it, So I understand that you have this view that you need concrete evidence, and surprisingly, unlike the SIU, the Hawks and the SAPS last week indicated they don't investigate unless they're given evidence. And you're suggesting the same thing here. However, did you at least go and approach these two senior politicians and say, listen, guys, I've seen a diagram with your names on it. It's a diagram of cartels and heads of cartels. You know, what's your response? Did you do that?
Minister, Honorable Lisa is requested to use his 15 minutes by posing a question. Get a response, yeah.
I think your Mazamban's memory and yours is probably equally good enough for now to remember my questions as I go along, Mr. Minister, but you're free to write them down.
I think the Hawks were obviously saying the right thing, and unfortunately I have lawyers next to me on my left who would say the same thing as well. And I've indicated to you that certain news outlets also took a similar stance, that they're not going to publish stuff or material purely on basis of assertions. And if I see a name somewhere, and if I don't know how much of validity it has, how do I go to someone and say, I saw your name, what do you got to say?
Okay, so you didn't go, Minister. So, I mean, that's fine.
No,
I mean,
you had your question. Let me give my answer.
Well, as long as it doesn't use up my whole 15 minutes.
Okay.
Oh,
See, this is precisely why I was on the
Then
set
you must
of
give me your
questions.
questions and I'll answer them all at the same time.
Right. Minister, round up your response. Round up your response.
Sorry?
Round up your response to the question. You said you weren't done.
Yeah, no, I'm not done. But I don't want interference either.
Okay, that's why I'm saying round up your response.
Yeah. Mr. Lee is up to his usual stuff.
See, now he's going to respond, you see. So
yeah,
let's
no,
rather stick to the questions and answers.
No, that is part of my response to him. I have the freedom to speak in this forum. And I am saying that your question doesn't have any validity, and that is not the basis on which anybody would be operating. And you know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I would have thought that would be a response, just a collegial response, if nothing else. Minister, you've just returned, I understand, from China, a visit to China, and you were accompanied by the acting Eskom GCEO, and that trip was apparently a trip involving Transnet. So my question is, what was the purpose of taking the Eskom Group CEO out of the country at a crisis time of load shedding? Did it have something to do with your earlier comments just now about China grid? Is this something that, are we looking at using that? And then from the Transnet point of view, were you successful in getting a deal negotiated on the supply of parts or locos or whatever it was that required attention?
So the Transnet work is still work in progress, and when I'm ready, I will inform the public and government accordingly. On the question of the acting CEO, there was an offer of assistance in the current environment that we find ourselves in from various entities in China, and I'm not qualified to assess what is needed or what is offered. And there were the acting CEO and two others who were in a position to interact with various entities there and establish for themselves what could be done. Similarly, we have offers from other countries as well, where similar interactions take place. Sometimes they result in positive outcomes. Sometimes the fit isn't actually right, so to speak. So all of that is work in progress. All of that is intended to ensure that the kind of crises or challenges that we face in the sectors that these SOEs are involved with are resolved as quickly as possible, and in as constructive a way as possible. So I'm optimistic, let's put it that way, that there will be a good outcome. But as I said, there are some issues that are still work in progress. And when we are ready, we'll make the public announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Eskom board chair, who I'm afraid doesn't give me a great deal of confidence about the fixing of Eskom, informed us last week that the board had a short list of new CEOs or GCEO, and they were to be interviewed last Friday. You earlier said that Director was interviewed by 4 ministers. Did the interviews of the board of the GCEO take place on Friday? And will there be further interviews involving you and other ministers? And when can we expect an announcement?
I'm not aware about the interviews on Friday because I haven't had time to catch up with what the latest developments are, which I will do in the next day or two. Obviously, all of us would want a new CEO in place sooner rather than later. I'm aware that there were long lists and short lists and shorter lists and so on that the board was engaged with. As the board chair has indicated publicly 10 days ago or so. And I'll await, firstly, a report from the chair and the board on what progress they've made, and determine then what process needs to be followed. But the first process, as I indicated earlier as well, is the one that the board needs to conduct. So let's see what they come up with.
Thank you, Minister. So the second part of my question is there going to be ministerial? I suggested last week that it should be a public process so that we can all see who's getting interviewed and so on. But so presumably the candidates will come to you or to a committee of ministers, as it did with Rata, for further interview. Is that on the card?
As I said, let's wait for the outcome from the board, then I will determine the process. I wasn't aware of your suggestion about a public process, but at the same time, I don't think we want to set the wrong precedents in this environment. When a bank board, for example, interviews candidates for whatever position in a bank or in a commercial institution, they don't run public processes. We are talking about very senior people who are coming in with a fair amount of, let's say, experience and background in business, but in particular this type of business. And I'm not sure how comfortable they will be with that process. But I've just come back. Let me apply my mind and we'll let you know what the process is.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, the analogy with the bank and Eskom, I think, are sort of different levels, but nevertheless, the point is taken. The question of you talked about Kahora Bassa and other kind of ways of mitigating the load shedding. Topically at the moment is this question of car power ships and the contracts that appear to be fairly one-sided. What is your view about the use of car power ships in the agreement that apparently has been entered into and has been blocked on environmental reasons rather than commercial reasons?
Chair, I haven't followed the details on this particular area. I was aware that sometime last year there was some litigation going on between another entity and I don't know, it's either government or car power ship itself. Secondly, generally there will be a view that any 20-year commitment, which was originally the case, to a project like this, which is supposed to be short-term, would be stretching it too far. But beyond that, I'm unable to shed any light on what the current update is on this matter. So I think if you are particularly interested, there might be other people who can help you with the details.
Yeah, Minister, yeah, anyway, let's leave it. It seems, yeah. You suggested earlier that the boards appearing to be not invested might be a case of them finding their feet. I think it's 6 months now since they were appointed, and you made the point that they are sort of highly skilled and experienced people there. Is it reasonable for them still to be finding their feet after 6 months? And when would you expect them to be fully in top gear and going flat out?
No, they're going flat out on many issues. There might be certain areas of complexity that they have to deal with, and I think what I was referring to there is, whilst focusing on the crisis that they have to focus on our behalf and ensure that Eskom moves in the right direction, notwithstanding the constraints, and minimizes load shedding, because that is what South Africans want. The matters pertaining to follow-ups on the corruption side is something that I said I would raise with them, because I'm not aware of the kind of work that might have happened. And what you found as inadequate responses, I think, could be attributed to finding their feet on that matter. But I don't think one can say that the board is not concerned about corruption, because it interferes with the work of Eskom all the time. And I know they have a fairly active audit and risk committee that will be very concerned, particularly from an internal controls and systems point of view, which I think a lot can be done with in terms of preventing or disrupting some of the processes that might have been put in place that facilitated or could facilitate corrupt activity in the procurement area, which is largely where some of this occurs. Thank you.
Mike Mazamban.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm indifferent to microphones. Mr. Chairman, that's a joke, by the way.
No,
Whether it's court,
a book-based joke. I know, I've read the book.
and the minister hasn't read the book. It's the book that we Minister, you talked about earlier about Chancellor House and the separation of state and party, and the interesting comment for me was that you thought there was a need for that separation to be improved. That's concerning because it seemed to indicate that you thought there was still too close a relationship between the state and the party, of course, is the party in government. Is that really what you feel?
I think you might be putting words into my mouth, but all I was saying as a matter of principle, there should be a distinction between party and state. I referred to Chancellor House in the context where the assertion is made that Eskom is a feeding trough for the ANC. I then added that it's not just the so-called ANC that has benefited, that you had a whole plethora of organizations, both multinational and South African, that were stealing from Eskom, to put it in plain and simple terms. Some of whom have been caught, some of which have been caught and have been accounted for. Others, I imagine the SIU and other institutions are still pursuing, including Eskom itself at the end of the day. So there's two issues. First, you can't put everything on the shoulders of the ANC. There are within the ANC very honest, dedicated activists who want the public interest to be primary and who want this country to work. And there might be those few who have engaged, let's call it naughty activity. And whatever the law requires must be done in that particular regard, whether it's a consequence of the Zondo report or any other report that has emerged with sufficient evidence. The second point I'm making is that we often just, and that's where the politicization comes, we're forgetting the billions that were taken out by multinational companies, some of which have been held to account, some of which have not been held to account yet. And the third point associated with that, the South African entities, who were also involved in one or other kind of malfeasance. And they must be dealt with as well at the end of the day. Simple. Thank you.
In conclusion, it's cut.
It's cut. Who's the deputy chair today? Minister, there's absolutely no difference of opinion about the extent of the corruption, not just at Eskom, but throughout the country in many spheres. But you're saying, and I don't think I'm putting words in your mouth, that the ANC was involved, not all members of the ANC, but in the ANC in some form or other, because of a too close a relationship with the state. As I understand it, what you're saying, I would agree with you with that. But what does concern me is that we need to push those two spheres further apart, because the corruption seems to not have dissipated to any great degree. Great, some companies have repaid lots of money thanks to the work of the SIU largely, I think, and not thanks to the work of the Hawks or those sort of people. So that's my point, is that this separation doesn't seem to be as clear as it perhaps should be. And thank you for your honesty in this regard. I don't think I've ever heard an ANC minister say the ANC was culpable in the form of the perhaps Chancellor Hans or whatever. I don't know the details, but yeah. So thank you. I mean, that's great. And I think that all political parties, except mine, are imperfect.
All right, let's.
So, Mr. Chairman, one last question.
That was the last point.
No, Mr. Chairman, I've got
No,
one more. You don't just
can we
go-
focus on the questions,
Yeah,
please,
a
and
minute,
manage time so that we can reasonably listen
Minister,
conclusion.
so are you one of the ministers who enjoy a privilege of living in a ministerial house that doesn't get exposed to load shedding?
No, I live in my own house in Pretoria, in which I have lived for the past 25 years. And I believe it's described in the book in some way or the other. In Cape Town, I live in a flat, and there's no particular privileges there.
So you don't have
I was
load
waiting for load shedding at 8:30
All right,
in
Honourable
a DA
Member.
municipality last night.
All right,
I need to respond to,
to the
this
yeah.
comment.
All right,
So, Chair,
Honourable
thank
Member,
you.
stand by. Come in.
There's no question of honesty or dishonesty here. The ANC has made it absolutely clear at its last conference that it is going to eradicate corruption to the best of its ability. It took a clear stance on the corruption issue, wherever it might operate and however it might operate. It supported the outcomes of the, I forget the long title, but let's call it the Zondo Commission for now, and realized that, or rather recognized and embodied in a resolution that it needs to renew itself in every sense of that word in order to better position itself as a representative and a majority representative of South Africans on the political terrain. So it's there. That's the resolution taken by our organization for all to see and hear. But equally, Chair, the attempts by Mr. Lees to save his organization is questionable as well. And that is because you've entered into all sorts of funny alliances over the last 5 or so years at a local government level, and nobody's actually held you to account as to what happened during your terms of office in those municipalities, and who got what tender, and how did they get that tender, and who had oversight of that matter, and who reported on it, and how the spoils were split under your guardianship as an organization. So I think it will be inappropriate, Mr. Lees, with great respect, to take a holier-than-thou approach. We all have our faults. We are human beings. Admit our faults, but commit ourselves to curing the faults as well. Thank you.
All right, can we come? All right, Honourable Member, let's come back at 20 to 1 because we will wrap up at 2. And can we stick to the derator-related matters? 25 to 1 will come back. Thank you. Yeah. There was a. Hey. Right, Honourable Mentor, Honourable Mentor is asked to exercise her time in the same spirit. All right, Honourable Mentor. Good. All right, Honourable Mentor, over to you. Time starts now.
Siyabulela Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Now, my first question to the Minister would be, earlier on you indicated that 4 ministers were part of the panel that did interviews with the director. Were you one of those ministers, Minister? Yes.
Yes, the 4 were Minister Mantash, Minister Patel, Minister Didiza, and myself.
All right. What was distinguishing Mr. Director from the rest of the candidates that made him so special that he could be a capable CEO, given his history at NAMPAC, which could have been the best benchmark of his delivery in terms of working in such a utility?
Chair and Honourable Mentor, remember that the process first went through the board. They had a long list, then they developed a short list, then they developed a shorter list, and then they sent 2 names to choose from, Mr. Kalitz and Mr. Derrida. I mean, I can't remember exactly how those interviews went, but at that stage, Mr. Derrida was, for example, the chair of the manufacturing circle. And I don't think NAMPAC featured at that time in the same way that it seems to be featuring now, even to the extent where he has to justify some of the things that have happened there. I haven't seen it myself, but I'm told it's in the so-called book. Not so-called, it's a book. But I'm not aware of the details. So clearly his background at Sasol, if I remember correctly, and his role in business and his ideas as they came through the manufacturing circle, and the fact that he managed engineers in various situations possibly helped us to steer the choice in that direction. Thank you.
Minister, I don't think his experience in any of the other establishment you've mentioned were more than his tenure in NAMPAC, where he served since 2014 until 2019. And having found NAMPAC's share at the time at 37 Rand, and when he left it at 7 Rand. That could have been the best highlight, which should have directed the panel at the time and have a question mark or a red flag on his capacity to lead such a problematic, at the time, utility. But now my question then becomes, knowing what you know now, would you agree that everyone was involved in that process, including yourself, you committed a mistake and a horrible mistake for this country?
Firstly, I think he served in Sasol for about 20 years. That's what I can remember. Somebody can quickly check the CV, and so it's much longer than you might think it was. Secondly, interviews, what they are. They reflect what the individual presents to you at that particular point in time, together with whatever other information the board made available to us at that time. Thirdly, it could have been a very good choice, could have been a very bad choice, but you don't know how human beings are going to behave at a particular point in time. So what appears good at one stage might turn out to be terrible, or what you call horrible, if I got the word right, at another time. So was it a mistake? Well, as we understood it then, it wasn't. Today, it's, if one has to be very polite, he's let himself down very badly. He's let the institution down very badly, and he's let this country down very badly. And that's a fact that everybody can see. And any attempt by smearing people on the outside in order that he could justify himself would, at the end of the day, come across very poorly if one takes an objective look at him. So I'll use a little bit more polite word, which is that he did some, as I pointed out earlier to Honorable Hadebe, he did good things within the organization, but ultimately the way he ended his term, I don't think did him any favors in terms of his reputation, except for those who think that here we have, and I'm going to extend your point if you don't mind, a whistleblower. He's not a whistleblower. He was the head of an institution. You don't blow a whistle to yourself unless you're whistling a tune. Then you can whistle whatever you like. But secondly, nor is he, as was described by Honorable Van Menen, a messenger. Then whom are you sending the message to? You're basically looking at the mirror and sending a message. So you actually, if you have the humility, you'll be able to get your own message. And thirdly, as I said earlier on, human beings have frailties, all of us do, however much we might want to pretend that we are perfect. And the best thing is to keep an element of humility in mind, and as part of your DNA, so that you have the ability to reflect on mistakes, to correct mistakes, and do better the next time. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Minister, it doesn't matter how polite you can be. He was a horrible mistake. Turning out to be the person he is and gossiping about the entire country. Now, when he came in, he promised that in 18 months, we would see results as a country. And as Parliament, he would account, and he will also deal with the issues of corruption. Now begs the question, Minister, and the department, how was Mr. De Ruyter being assessed? Because the red flags of his failures, and in fact, now that we know he was busy with the book instead of running a utility, the red flags were there. 18 months, we were on a downward spiral, worse. Later on, Parliament went there. Let me speak about Scopa. Scopa, we went there, we came with 23 recommendations. That was 2019. 2020, when he came, he found 23 recommendations. 2021, we went back, nothing was done. 2022, we went back, found only 7 done. On the 7 was just administrative issues. But the issue of technical and procurement was not being dealt with. I think in some of the meetings that he appeared virtually, you joined us. And that was another red flag that the man is not going to deliver anything. How was he being assessed that you were satisfied De Ruyter is still a CEO that's fit for purpose?
So, firstly, in terms of the PFMA, the accounting authority is the board. Secondly, the way in which governance operates within our environment is one where the department has a shareholder compact, and that compact reflects what is expected of the board, and which the board must ensure that the management actually implements. And that compact would have reflected some of the things that you are talking about. We have 3 months after, or less than 3 months after his appointment, the pandemic, so you have to recognize that's a reality. And as I pointed out earlier, that it did interfere, in a sense, positively, but also negatively. Positively in the sense that we had a shutdown, which meant less energy was being utilized. Negatively in the sense that some of the maintenance work could only be done minimally, and that affected the extent to which. Sorry.
Guys, can we please, Babson, please. Minister, please proceed. Guys.
Anyway,
can
we'll
I
come
just
back to you, Honorable Sonia.
Can I just? I know that.
Chair, please, my time.
Yes, there's the book may now, you know, seek to derail us, right? Can we focus on these issues? I've got opinions about the book. They are vast and varied. I've read the thing. But it must not take center attention away from the core issues. So please, colleagues, the point has been exhausted. You wrote the book, we know.
No, but I'll come back to the book in a moment, because Honorable Mente talks about it. So to the extent that the EAF wasn't improving, is something we observed, it's something that we interacted about with both the board and the management, and that's what probably is being referred to as so-called micromanaging. That's when the tough questions were being asked. That's where, as I said earlier on, if plan A is not working, why aren't you implementing plan B? Or if parts of plan A are working, but not adequately in terms of the timelines, just shift your attention elsewhere and do things differently so that you get better results than the ones that you currently have. So I think your question is a valid one. To write a book like this, whilst you're still supposed to be running a big organization, does raise some questions about what was your focus. In retrospect, clearly other people were running the organization. He was busy collecting, as some of you said, gossip during this period of time, and trying to add, either by himself or through his ghostwriter, descriptive labels for all the things that he wanted to comment on and all the people he wanted to comment on. In terms of your recommendations, 23 of them and only 7 done, we'll check that ourselves. I know there's been some follow-up from the department in this particular regard, together with other follow-ups that need to be made. And if there is this tardiness, and I think that, I'm not sure which meeting it was that ended in a bit of a conflict amongst yourselves. Was it Scopa?
Yeah. It was a Scopa meeting in April, and it was a meeting around the 23,
okay.
April last day. It was around the 23 recommendation.
So we'll pursue that and try and just make a note, please, that we need to give some written response to that.
All right, so the assessment when you were meeting the board or whatever intervals you utilized to do a catch-up with the board in terms of all the SOEs that are under your ministry, they were also satisfactory to you? Whatever assessment that were given to you in terms of Derrida and his capabilities were satisfactory to you?
As I indicated earlier, and I'm indicating now as well, that a declining EAF can't be satisfactory. An increasing level of load shedding cannot be satisfactory. But then you get involved in crisis management, and you say, well, which unit of which plant is in what status, if there's an outage, how long is that outage, when it is going to return, how do we alleviate the load shedding situation in the country, and you begin to zoom in on that. I think if you are talking about it, why didn't you fire him? It's not part of my job, but eventually it would come to us as well. But we had to attend to what we saw in front of us and try and alleviate the situation as much as possible and mobilize the collective will of Eskom engineers, power station managers, and power station operators so that they will work with us as the country and ensure that the right things are actually done at the various power stations. Some of it happened, some of it didn't happen.
Okay, here is another red flag which you made, you actually confirmed it to ourselves, that Derrida refused to be vetted. In particular, he refused to submit his financials. This is part of his contract. It's non-negotiable. Yet, you did not do anything about it. The man refused to submit his financials. How do you become a CEO running such a big utility where procurement processes are actually problematic at the time and are central to what is draining Eskom as fiscus and what is destroying Eskom? Were you comfortable with that? Why at that point not call him out or give him an ultimatum? You refuse to be vetted, you then leave the office, or you submit your financials to be scrutinized?
The relevant authorities, which includes both the board and SSA, actually have not submitted anything to us that I'm aware of as a department, which says we've been trying to vet this person, but we're not getting his cooperation. It would appear that there were several interactions, and only he can tell you how many they were, or SSA can tell you how many there were. So that's the one issue. The second issue is well known. There's a long queue on the vetting process in government, and not all of it happens as fast as one would like, even in an ordinary bureaucratic position. Thirdly, I mentioned the financials issue because that's what you told me. And any silence in that regard didn't mean approval of how he was conducting himself. But fourthly, perhaps we should have pursued this, I should have pursued it with the board, but I just left it to the board to continue to manage the situation. It might have fallen then between the cracks. But what I wanted to draw your attention to when I made the comment earlier on about his comment about submitting financials was, I know I'm part of a government institution, but not everything that government requires of me is something that I'm going to comply with. And that indicates the state of mind, if you like, in that instance.
Wilmenta, you can start rounding up.
Chair, take a consideration of my time that was wasted.
I did.
Okay. Now, you spoke of international and companies, multinational companies and even local companies that are embezzling funds out of Eskom and all of that. One of those companies which were overpaid was ABB, out of the 4 companies that were overpaid by Eskom. And this particular ABB was defended by Derrida At the very same time, the very same director refuses to disclose and submit his financials to the authorities. That was another red flag. I'm going to give you a couple of questions because the chair is threatening me. The disclosure of the donations made by BLSA, because BLSA paid for this COVID intelligence report, and she was on record in some media saying they paid 3 million to the whole amount. 18 million, sorry. She paid 18 million with BLSA, and to the COVID intelligence report, meaning which this report did take place in Eskom. There was intelligence being gathered in Eskom. You are disowning it. The police were here wishy-washy about it and what was going to happen. Interesting question is, how was this item disclosed? Did the department pick up that item in the annual financial statements? If they did pick up that item, why was it not questioned? What was it paying for? If now we all say there was no intelligence report, even if it was not paid from the department, the donations, according to the Treasury regulations emanating from the PFMA, are clear that any donations made to the state must be disclosed in the annual financial statements. So did the department say that? Or if that's not the case, will you now take action in identifying these donations to Eskom and see that all of them are disclosed and what were they being utilized for? You also made mention of a very concerning matter that as much as you wanted the board to give you answers and all of that, you also acknowledged the fact that the board was in a complex environment, which begs a question. We hire board members that have no knowledge or experience of the environment they are going in. And if that's the case, there is going to be many derators to come, because they are going to send them from pillar to post, learning from the very same thug that is going to tell them what suits them. And eventually, when they get to understand the ropes, they will see that a person is not fit for purpose. Now, the question is, can we change the way we hire the board members that are going to be the authority of Eskom?
All right.
Now, lastly,
all right.
on Tutuka. Tutuka, as Mpumalanga is a crime scene. Tutuka in particular commissioned a forensic investigation and paid for it to almost R1 million. That very same investigation was not implemented. It's not used anyway. And that investigation identified that raw tech, which fronted with black women, was actually behind the sabotages. And some of the items that you have mentioned of yellow plants and everything, that must be hired, whether the department can buy for itself or not. Thank you, Chair. No, the last one. Will the minister support the car ships, car power ship?
All right. Can we get responses to that? And we'll take the first set of follow-ups from Honorable Somio, because he's, okay, we'll come to Mamzi. Well, let's ask Bob Somio after, because he's got the joint chairs of committees meeting, which I'm also supposed to be attending, so he will stand in for us there. So, Minister, let's get responses. Bob Somio, stand by, and then we'll come to Mamzebula.
ABB overpaid and defended by the CEO. I'm not sure about overpaid. Let's say they overcharged, and there were beneficiaries as a consequence in South Africa and in the firm itself. To the best of my knowledge, and in all fairness, I don't think the CEO defended that. He pursued it. And initially, if I remember, ABB offered a couple of $100 million, and the final settlement went into millions, both here and in the United States as well. So we can check the facts on that and let you know. BLSA donations and other donations. In a sense, this was sort of privately raised funding. It won't be reflected in the financials unless it was a donation to Eskom as an institution. But we'll check the law on that and then see whether what you're saying applies in this particular instance. And whether if person A has donated stroke made money available to person B to pursue a particular project, that's a bilateral relationship between them, as I understand it. And it's not part of the company accounts. But I might be wrong, so we will have to first check the validity of the application of the PFMA in this instance. We can try and ask the question, as several of you have asked, where did the 32 million come from? And but whoever contributed to the 32 million is under no obligation to tell us that they did. But if you don't know who they are, you don't know who to approach in this instance as well. But let's apply our minds to that, Chair. And if there are any outcomes to that, we'll certainly come back to you. The Tutuka forensic, I'm not aware of it, so we'll have to find out about that and check who is involved and whether sufficient work has been done in implementing the recommendations and the outcomes of the findings of that forensic. On the question of the board and the way we choose boards, I think we've had quite a rigorous process in choosing the new Eskom board. But like I said, human beings are human beings. But secondly, they have been working extremely hard to look at financial issues, close up the accounts last year. You'll recall the annual financials of the previous year were concluded shortly before Christmas because a whole lot of corrections needed to be made. And it was the new audit committee members who worked extremely hard to get Eskom into that position. On issues that they might not be on top of, like the ones I indicated earlier on in the interaction with Mr. Lees, in those instances, we'll try to support the board in making sure that they get on top of that. And I imagine that's the new board is the one that you're referring to. On the car power ship issue, as I said, I'm familiar with the old details. I'm not sure where the status is now, but I will certainly be in support of any, as I've indicated already. If somebody can supply 500 to 1,000 megawatts, which at the right price, in our current environment where we're short of megawatts, we must take it if the commercial terms are right. And that's the role that these power ships play in many different parts of the country, where there's a shortage of electrical power, stroke megawatts. They are hired for a year, 2 years, 3 years, but certainly not 20. And then the country involved or the agency supporting the country then has the benefit of the access to 1,000 megawatts, which in some countries makes a big difference to whether they have some supply of electricity or not. But as I sit here, I don't know what the latest developments are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Somi. Your brief follow-up, and then Mam Zebola stand by.
No, thanks, Chair, for this opportunity. It's only one question. In appreciation of these responses by the minister. I'm pursuing this point because it's a worrisome area. Eskom assets are public assets. They are highly protected on the defiance of being declared a national key point, and therefore, with some form of acknowledgement that here is the GCEO of Eskom conducting what he terms the intelligence instructive report on his own terms, and that is funded somewhere. That the minister who is the shareholder is not been furnished about it, and the sanctioning of it is not by the accounting authority, and the confirmation in terms of that kind of the outcome of the report or the reports find themselves into private individuals, and the state which owns this a kind of a compound asset has not been preferred of this kind of an outcome, and we know that 18 million rand come from a particular direction, and we are not sure about the remaining amount, where it came from, but it's confirmed that the report has costed about 15 million rand. Now we know that the SIU has committed into following certain critical questions about this whole thing, and they are going to investigate, or they are investigating. I'm not sure, but they have confirmed to us that they are going to follow this particular aspect. As the shareholder, or representative of the shareholder, do you have any intention to follow this kind of an occurrence? Because you represent the public in a number of entities which are or in the same defiance, and they ought to be protected dearly in terms of the security standards. That these kinds of things shouldn't recur, and if it did, as it has somewhat happened, some form of reprisal ought to be one of the things that ought to be observed in a way. What is your undertaking around this key aspect, which is now is experience of everybody who has got interest in as far as this asset is concerned? Thank you very much, Chair.
Right, let's get a response to that. No, just his Babson was leaving. Yes.
No, the undertaking.
It's just as one, so he's leaving.
Okay. I think your point is a fair one, and it does give us some lessons that we can learn from this incident. It does give us an opportunity to think about, for example, what you include in the memorandum of incorporation. That might be different from what we have now to defend ourselves against these sorts of incidents in the future. And thirdly, I think the board should give consideration to the violation of the contract of employment, where confidentiality is required. Now, I mean, you can't litigate against someone who says XYZ dresses like this, or ABC looks like this, or whatever the case might be. Those are his personal observations. But if there's an Eskom-related matter in either the utterances or in the book or in any other publication that he's responsible for, which violates that, I think it's clause 15 of his employment contract, then the board must consider pursuing that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mam Zebul?
Thank you very much, Chair, through you. I don't want to waste a lot of time because some other issues are covered by the members. There is the point here I want to raise with the Minister. I want to check Minister on the issue of Eskom project. Do you think, with your own knowledge, that it will end soon? The project, what the Rater and his friends endorsed. Also the issue of precedent on the issue of vetting, it's very, very crucial. And it showed that he didn't care about the superiors of him. He just did whatever he wanted to do. I thank you.
So on the question of vetting, I think we need some interaction with SSA, particularly in these sorts of positions where several of you have raised this concern, and set up some kind of interactive mechanism so that they inform us about the progress that they're making. We also have to rethink, when is the vetting done? So ideally, it should be done before you take up your appointment, not after you take up your appointment. That's my view as we sit here today. So we will reflect on some of those lessons and see what changes can be made and what kind of oversight mechanisms we need to put in place, which will ensure that this kind of slippage doesn't occur in future. How soon will the project end? I think everybody is going to learn some serious lessons from the behavior of this gentleman, whether it's the business people that supported him, whether it's the media that writes about him or refuses to write about him and some of the stuff he's talking about, and ourselves as well. So I think the project is probably dead now. But the law enforcement authorities must pursue what they have to do. So if there's any evidence that is available, it must be provided to them. And they must evaluate that evidence, investigate whatever needs to be investigated, and do whatever it is that they're obliged to do in terms of the law at the same time. So I can't say it's going to end tomorrow because I'm not controlling it. But the key is the consequence. Is there material there that the law enforcement agencies can act on or not? And will they act on it or not? That only you and they can interact on. And we'll know the results in the next few months as to where this project actually goes. So thank you very much.
Thank you much. I'm taking now my 15 minutes. Yes. No, don't worry, I won't be there long enough. But Minister, I do have questions. And I want to build on the statement that you started with, that there is state capture 1 and now there is state capture 2, albeit the qualification that you made that it would have taken a different form. Now, that being the case, on which I wholeheartedly agree with you on numerous occasions and on various platforms, I've made the point that we must not be deluded into the thinking that state capture is the reality of the past. Now, where I'm going with this, Minister, is that listening to you now, there's quite clearly a trust deficit and trust erosion as we are seated here between yourself and Mr. Director. I want to assume this was not an event, but a process. Because Mr. Director had your support and he enjoyed your confidence at the outset of his tenure. What changed? I ask this question in the context that I would assume that holding a view that there is state capture continuing, a trusted CEO comes to the shareholder representative with information that there are 2 ministers or 2 senior politicians involved in the corruption taking place at Eskom, it should raise red flags. And therefore set into motion a process which would say his allegations must be tested so that we do not find ourselves at ground zero, for lack of a better phrase, insofar as what the State Capture Commission revealed. So why weren't the allegations tested when Mr. Director made them? Because quite clearly, as we are seated here, none of us were aware that he was writing a book, so there would have been no need for any suspicion. None of us seated here when he made the allegation knew that he would have a bombshell public interview. And as the point was made to the board last week, when he made the allegations, he was still firmly a CEO of the public entity. And therefore, we had all the jurisdiction to hold him to account, and he had to make the necessary information available. So that's why I keep going to the point that the book, for all intents and purposes, yes, must be probed, it must be linked to it, but as we are seated here, it's secondary to the moments in which Mr. Director made the allegations that he made, and I would want to assume formally and officially because he was talking to his principals, either the board, the chairperson, or the shareholder representative. So I'm interested, Minister Uti, why weren't his allegations acted on? Because at the time that he made them, he was in an official position of authority. That is point number 1. And I raise this strongly now parallel to the issue you have raised of state capture. The second point is around the fundamental issue of vetting, and you have said you have looked at it, but I want to touch on it to drive home the following point. The Cabinet took a decision in 2014 that all persons in the SCM space must be vetted. And it goes, and then of course the CEO and so on. I take the point that it's the timing of when that must happen. But didn't it ever worry you, concern you, of issue to you, that we had a key critical SOE, such as Eskom, with an unvetted CEO? And not that the matter was never raised. The matter was raised on numerous occasions, including but not limited to reports that Eskom itself submitted to Parliament. And the point was persistently made that the CEO is not vetted. Now, the consequence, adversely, of that becomes this. Mr. Director then embarks on an intelligence operation, unvetted as he is. And we are now saddled with the situation of an elusive report which has got material bearing, because we haven't tested what's contained therein, but got a material bearing on what's happening or what happened at Eskom. So now that's the dilemma. It baffles the mind. And of course, this will have to be probed. How did those doing the investigation access information at Eskom? So already we are saddled with the security breach of Eskom information as they were investigating Eskom in all the material respects at the behest of its CEO, So unvetted, breach of security and information, and an intelligence operation. Shouldn't we, seated here right now, be told that there are concrete action steps being taken to pursue the matter to protect Eskom? It worries me that the seriousness of the issues that have been raised and the events that have occurred arising out of the leak now that there's an intelligence report, the interview that Mr. Director has and the utterances that is made, in, that none of those issues are being pursued. Unless they are and we haven't been told, and if they are, how are they being actually pursued? I want to conclude by saying, Minister, unless Cabinet takes a concrete decision to firm up the efficiency and effectiveness of the State Security Agency in its vetting processes and protocols, it is going to be a major contributory factor to the collapse of the state. The Eskom board, for the longest of time after its interviews, was not vetted. It took forever. You are saddled with the National Commissioner of Police right now who's not vetted. The CEO of Eskom was not vetted. Some over 300 persons at Eskom who are supposed to be vetted have not been vetted. So I just flag that particular aspect to say it will continue to form part of your headaches as you pursue to appoint a new CEO at Eskom. There has to be decisiveness from Cabinet side on this one. I finally ask then, Minister, after Mr. Director had made the allegation about the two senior politicians and two senior ministers, in light of your own account observation of state capture continuing, did you inform the president of this serious allegation? Because I'm going to put the same question next week to Dr. Mufamadi as well. Because I would imagine that an individual in a position of authority, like the CEO, making an allegation saying so and so and so and so, like if I were to come to Mr. Frolick, who's the House Chair responsible for committees, and I say, Honorable Hadebe and Honorable Lees are leaking committee documents, my expectation is that he would report the matter to the Speaker and it would be investigated. Because I'm not making this allegation, or would not be making it post my term of office. I'm making it in office and raising a flag to say there's a problem.
Thank you, Chair. Well, let's start with the last point that you raised. If Mr. Lees and Mr. Hadebe were leaking documents, and if you were to take the matter to Mr. Frolick and say, I think these two gentlemen are involved in this activity, imagine Mr. Frolick, given his rigorousness, is going to ask you the question, what proof do you have? And if you have the proof, provide it to me, or provide it to the forensic firm I'm going to indicate to you. But you have to pass the test first, that you have some proof that is more than just maybe you personally angry with the two gentlemen because they upset you about something. So I think the same principle applies elsewhere, informing the president, or whatever the case might be. Is there sufficient weight here which would indicate that there is more than just information? And as I pointed out in my earlier presentation, some parts of the media said, we're not printing anything about this stuff because it's unsubstantiated. And I imagine they were worried about being involved in defamation cases, for example. In their case, they're doing it outside of parliamentary privilege as well. So the issue here, more pointedly, when you say, are these matters being pursued, are things being done about what Mr. Director is saying, in relation to corruption, I pointed out right at the beginning that corruption has been on the radar screen, particularly since 2017. But there were hints of it long before that as well. And in Eskom's case, I refer you to the booklet that's in the files that we've given you about the kind of manner in which corruption was facilitated during the state capture period. So, and then we've presented to you all the things, well, indications of all the things that have been done, because they're not all the things. I'm sure if Mr. Mutivi gets an opportunity, he'll say, out of the files we sent to them, they did X, Y, Z, or whatever the case might be. So this is certainly being pursued. The question, I think, that you can more validly ask, if I may respectfully say so, is, are we making a dent? Are we stopping corruption in the tracks? Are we disrupting lines of communication or collaboration between insiders and outsiders? I don't have any detailed knowledge, but I imagine that if you, and I think I wasn't able to obtain the latest numbers from the NECOM work stream in this regard, but I think there's sufficient happening which would be becoming a discouraging factor, because if one takes one's experience at SARS, the risk of you being caught out, the higher it gets, the less you're going to take a chance. Right? And so we need to increase the possibility that you will be detected. We need to increase the possibility that your acts are no longer ones of hidden behind the radar screen. And if they're easily detectable, then you are more than likely to face the consequences. One of the technologies being developed by ports elsewhere is something that we've forgotten about, but blockchain technology. So that the interaction between the port, the transporter, the customs authority, the shipping line, etc., is part of this blockchain technology. In that technology, if you touch the wrong button, your name is there, and you can then be pursued in that particular regard. Similar things can be done in our institutions as well. So there is, for example, in Transnet, a digitization process. It will take a little while to make some headway, but it will certainly give us a better risk assurance that, and a signal, a warning to those involved in nefarious activities that there's a greater possibility now of you being detected. If you take your minds back to 1999, 2000, when the SARS technology people talked about the development of a new income tax system. And they then said that that income tax system will be connected to a whole lot of third-party databases. So in certain countries, if you have a gym membership, it's recorded in the tax authority. If you buy a new car, it's recorded. If you pay cash for it, it'll be picked up, and so on. In South Africa, we're still a little bit behind the curve. But that created quite a fear amongst taxpayers and contributed partly to the change in tax culture that we subsequently saw in the 2000s as well. So I think, Chair, these matters are being pursued, but we can add a lot more weight behind what we're doing as a state generally, but also as Parliament and as society more generally as well. And part of what we need to get is the community mobilization to say the crooks who live amongst you, who do X and Y at a power station, eventually hurts you because you are the one who are who are subjected to the load shedding because they supplied the wrong parts or whatever the case might be. So greed and self-interest is of such a nature that you want to fill your pocket at anybody's expense and you don't care about people. On the vetting issue, I share your concern. I think that whole process needs to change, and I'll certainly initiate some dialogue around that so that we set up a different way, as I indicated earlier on, because retrofitting, inverted commas, or retrospective vetting is possibly not the right way to go. But also, we've got to ask, what are you vetting? If you're just going to certain databases to say how many names are there in Schlengwa's name, I mean, how many houses are in the deeds register in Schlengwa's name, or how many cars are in the harness system, or whatever it's called, in Schlengwa's name, or how many, whatever. Is that enough in today's environment? Because people have picked up that you don't put things under your name. Many cases are indicating that. You put it in somebody else's name if you want to duck the system. Then, why didn't one pick up on the allegations for reasons that we've indicated already? And that is, and which is illustrated by your example. You can't go and spread around things without necessarily having the evidence, but also those who have the evidence must do that which is necessary. So it's interesting that a Section 34 declaration is made a day before there's an appearance before SCOPA, because legal advice was probably given to the director to say, you better do this, otherwise you're going to run into a challenge in that particular regard. But if there's evidence, it must go to the right law enforcement authorities, and they must do whatever it is that must be done. On trust erosion as a process versus an event, you're probably right, but then, on the one hand, there is a process which indicates a decline in performance, but then an event takes place which sharpens, if you like, the contradictions. And in this case, it's the interview that you are looking into and the assertions made in that interview, all of which, by and large, can be counted. And any objective which was designed to indicate, I think as Honorable Somyo pointed out at some stage to me, that there might be a messiah complex here. I'm the only one that can save this world. I'm the only one that can save this country, because I'm the only one who knows how to do anything in respect of corporate governance or running an organization. And that's the arrogance that we should be picking up on. But like I pointed out earlier on, human beings are human beings. They can appear to be excellent people for years on end, and then there could be an event that turns them in the wrong kind of direction. So I'm not sure if there are any other questions that we're going to come back to.
With the last round, we're going to take all of them at once and the Minister will respond. Honorable Mkhonto, Honorable Hatebe, Honorable Mente. So, I'll request colleagues that you be brief. I'm told that we do need to be done by 2 because there's budget votes and members are expected to attend. We've already eaten into time. So, Honorable Mkhonto, Honorable Hatebe, Honorable Mente.
Thanks, Chair. Good day to you, honorable members, the Minister and his team. Chair, I've been answered in the 2 other questions that I wanted to pose to the Minister about the timing of the vetting, if it was really in their plans to do it. But I don't get a sense of, as the Minister was part of the hiring processes, was Mr. Durate ever exposed to any competency testing? If yes, can maybe South Africans be consoled in being given the results of that test? And we understand, Chair, that the issue of the misconducts that have been committed by Mr. Durate is up to the law enforcement agencies to take that up. But then what is it that the minister is going to do to enable that process? Because I think the law enforcement agencies, they do need some assistance from the shareholders and Eskom itself. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether, Minister, you are aware that one of the former board member who was part of the BLSA has confirmed being responsible for the 18 million. The Intel report, which unfortunately her colleagues were not aware of such a report. I'm asking this based on the persons responsible for interviews and also to the large extent choosing the board members. What do you make of the conduct of this former board member? Could it be that her action were really intended to influence how government conduct its business? Secondly, her actions, do you think it constitute a conflict of interest, reckless behavior, and dangerous tone in terms of having a sitting board member sitting in meetings with her colleagues without even having confidence to inform her colleagues about what she has in her possession in a form of this Intel report? We now know that as early as June or July 2022, this report was available to the private sector. Now, what lesson do you think the business should learn out of this transaction? Lastly, Minister, can you assist us and point us to the right direction to real role players who are involved in corruption at Eskom so that Scopa can pursue some of these real role players in terms of ensuring that we delve deep into Eskom corruption? Please assist us, if you can, pointing us to the right direction of who are the real role players in corruption at Eskom. Thank you.
Honorable Mente.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Chair, picking up from what Honorable Adebe is asking, the question I have is, are board members allowed to make donations for the interest of Eskom? Because if that is allowed, it's conflict of interest, and that's how the state gets captured. So how was this particular board member allowed with his organization to make donations to Eskom? That's number one. Number two, I want to make some clarity in terms of the ABB. Yes, ABB was pursued, but the instruction and the recommendations were made as Parliament was that all those companies must move out of Eskom. We can't harbor companies that are masquerading as service providers through procurement processes, yet they are stealing the money with officials. But this particular one, ABB, was defended that it has some work happening in Eskom, but that was some fictitious explanation that we were given. And that ABB to date, we do not know why it's still continuing to be operating in the spaces of Eskom after it has confirmed itself that yes, it colluded with the officials of Eskom in inflating prices and all of those things. But number 3, you made a statement, interestingly, I don't know if I didn't hear it correctly, on the system that collects financial activities of people, which was during your tenure in SARS. Or were you making an example of another country that has financial intelligence in terms of activities of taxpayers? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Right, Minister, just finally, I hear your responses, but where I sort of feel that there's an area of concern, that it's seemingly that the country and ourselves here are being placed in what I can call a ping-pong match. Because you've got the CEO saying, I sent this information to these people and these entities. Minister says, no, that information, whatever he said, he must bring the proof. I hope I'm making sense. So, as things stand now, there's nothing on the table which says the allegations that were made by the CEO of Eskom were pursued. Nothing whatsoever. And that's for me the nub of the concern. Because I get a sense that maybe let me phrase this way. You see, the April 2022 outburst along the lines that Andre will not be the fall guy. As now I'm seated here and having reflected on this over the past few days, says to me, if the minister says this started in January 2022, by April, there was some sort of information that was available in certain quarters of those who were in positions of leadership and authority at Eskom. Hence, that phrasing that Andre will not be the fall guy. And then the outburst. And so I'm raising this in this context, Minister, that I do feel that it is of particular importance on the part of the department as the shareholder representative and Eskom to investigate the circumstances of this forensic intelligence investigation, whatever it is. Because I maintain it cannot be that an SOE will be investigated, intelligence gathering around it, with private funding, and up to now the report is elusive. There's no understanding of where it started, where it ended, what it touched, what it didn't touch, who it implicates, who it doesn't implicate. And our default position is that, well, we don't know the report, we don't have the report, it was not our money. Because it touched a key strategic space, which is Eskom. What did they do with that information? Does it send us into, or does it concretize state capture version 2 as we now have it? Does it fall into the hands of private donors, private interests who are now have got an insight into Eskom because information has been so? I fundamentally believe the existence of this report is a threat and a risk to national security. To the extent to which 50 million rands was pumped into it means that those involved were very deliberate about what they wanted. They were focused. And we can't not investigate it. It has to be looked into. This is state information. in the hands of unvetted people, in the hands of private interest. I think it would be a dereliction of duty, Minister, and when we're placing it to yourselves and Eskom. This must take priority. The report must be found, it must be handed over, and its modus operandi must be pursued. How did it happen? And I think, colleagues, when we take decisions moving forward about those who must still appear, we will do so. You can't have board members running a private operation. It's in breach of fiduciary responsibility. And they must be investigated about their own competence of being directors. I know that now I'm venturing into spaces which, you know, but the bottom line is that that risk is there. Minister, concluding remarks on your side and responses. Thank you.
I'll respond first and then give you my concluding remarks. So let me start with where you are, so, because we're not talking about a ping-pong match here. As I understand it, there's two parts to this. The first is we keep referring to a report, but we don't know whether it's a report or several reports or whatever form the information collated and assessed actually took. And only those that were involved in the project would know that. The second part, I agree with your concerns. So we just got to disentangle this web, as you put it. Previous board member, current CEO, donation, report, outburst, which I know affected a lot of you when it actually happened. And what are the implications for any conflict of interest? And what are the implications for fiduciary responsibility as we understand it? So I can give you we're going to need a bit of time, but I give you the assurance that that will be pursued. And because we need to disentangle that and see what its implications are. So you make a valid point there. On ABB, I think we must get one of the engineers to come so we don't get mixed up with just the one individual. Some of the equipment in power stations are provided by what they call original equipment manufacturers. And in some instances, you can veer away and go to another supplier because the part is approximately the same. But there's also, I believe, what I've been told, counterfeit parts that have now entered the scene for some time. So one senior person who was there for 20 odd years says, that unit, I can't tell you when it will break down because I don't know which parts were put in when and whether some of them were counterfeit or not. But the third point about the ABBs of the world is that they, what do you call these things? They provide these control instrumentation. And when the operators sit, you've been to a power station, in that operating room, it's that instrumentation that they're monitoring to make decisions about how a unit will be run or not run, or how hard it will be pushed or not pushed, or whether they're detecting faults or not. So I think, and in some instances, if you've already got brand X, I'm going to use an analogy, car, you won't be able to supplant it with an engine from a completely different type of vehicle, according to what I've been informed. So let's get an engineer here from Eskom who can explain how the system works, why ABB might appear to be indispensable or still part of the scene, But there might be developments there that I'm not aware of, which I will check on. On the tax financial information, that's a system that many countries have. So it's not, remember, private information is not applicable here when it comes to finances. Because if you, as a taxpayer, are registered in a particular country or jurisdiction, and you are in receipt of income, you must declare that as your income. And that income then becomes, with all the laws being applied, your taxable income, and that's where your tax is then calculated. One of the schemes that every tax authority has to deal with is where an individual or a company doesn't declare everything, and so manages the disclosure of information to reduce the tax liability at the end of the day. So collecting what in the industry it used to be called collecting third-party data is a crucial part of verification. So so the PAYE system, for example, is largely automated. So if you don't receive any interest income, you get your assessment within minutes, because your employer, i.e. Parliament, has already said person X earns a certain amount has been deducted as PAYE, certain amount went to pension, and so on and so on, and here's the details on which you can base what your calculation is for taxable income. So this is not about some naughty activity, this is about legitimate tax practice, but also the legitimate obligations of citizens to pay their taxes in a fair way like everybody else. I think your point about the board membership overlaps with Honorable Schlengwa's point, so we'll pick up all of those points as we go forward. Honorable Hadebe wants to know the real role players. If you take all the presentations made to you in Scopa, it won't give you names, it'll give you sectors, right? So somebody in the coal industry, coal mining industry, mixes coal with rubbish and deliberately supplies it to Eskom. Somebody in the oil or fuel industry pays off people at weighbridges so that the truck that is supposed to offload the product, in fact, doesn't offload the product. Somebody signs that it was offloaded, but takes a U-turn and goes off, and somebody pays for it again. It's Eskom. If one looks at the maintenance areas of the units, you can easily identify who are the companies there, and whether the same unit that company X undertook to repair is the one that's constantly failing. So there's the contractors involved. So if you take sector by sector, inverted commas, meaning the different role players in the entire value chain, you'll be able to dissect them. And let alone any gossip about all of these things. You've had reports before you, as have other committees, which shows where the malfeasance actually occurs. And we must follow that track. And your researchers can help you do that respectfully as well. The lesson for business is they must do the due. No, he's behaving himself at the moment. The lesson for business clearly is that they have to do their due diligence properly, and they must ensure, as you've been pointing out, that there's no conflict of interest involved in the matters that you've been raising. And I'm quite willing to sit with them to develop a code of practice which ensures that we don't cross the wrong lines. And that's an offer that I'm making, which I'm sure they're hearing in one form or another. So that's a conflict of interest, but it also links with Honorable Slengwa's point about the different roles and hats that people have been wearing in the overall scheme of things. Honorable Mkonto, there was competency testing, but that might be confidential information. We'll have to check the law. We don't just have the right to say, in a psychometric test, X person Y did like this, and so on. But we'll have to check the law and revert to you in that regard. I didn't get the point about assisting law enforcement agencies properly.
And so far as information sharing is concerned, to make sure that processes move.
So that applies to your question as well, Chair. And that is that the Hawks have told you themselves, once the interview was broadcast, they approached this former CEO. They were referred to his lawyer. They then approached the lawyer, and nobody came back to them. So the law enforcement fraternity still has the right to go back to them, and or to anybody else, and say, if you have substantive information, we want it. If you have evidence, we want to see it. And they will then have to apply their minds to what they do with that information. So in conclusion, Chair...
Please hold your conclusion 1 second. Advocate Mtibi, if there's anything you want to add, and then you'll round it off. Advocate, over to you. Sorry, Minister. Over to you, Advocate.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. For us, it's really just to assure the committee that the investigations conducted by SIU will proceed as authorized by the proclamations and the recently proclaimed one that would cover most or all of the stations at Eskom. But in particular, Honorable Chair, the issue around the report and the intelligence report that was produced, we raised certain questions in the presentation to SCOPA the last time we presented. So I can confirm that the investigating team will pursue that in the context of our investigation. While we focus on corruption, we will also have to focus on the maladministration and malpractice as authorized by the proclamation. Of course, looking into the applicable law and policies around how is it that the former group CEO handled this matter. So the team is looking at that, which would include, amongst others, even approaching the company that investigated, that is, if the report cannot be found anywhere, so that we can subpoena, if need be, the said report, because we believe that it will enable and assist our investigations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mtibi. Minister, you in conclusion.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the vetting issue, it's been brought to my attention by my office that in November 2019, the then Minister of State Security wrote to me raising concerns about resistance and non-resistance to and non-compliance with vetting processes among some Eskom officials, and she then provided a list of those officials which we referred to the board, and that was attended to, but no similar letter was received subsequently in relation to the CEO in question. So I thought I'll just mention that as an aside. So,
Minister, one can say, because you touched on the minister, the former Deputy Minister of State Security in a meeting before us here indicated on the record that Mr. Terita was not cooperating with and was refused. So that's so. You got a letter, but when we met with them on this matter, categorically that was put.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So let's not keep you for too long, but make the following points in conclusion. That I still believe that the majority of people working for Eskom are honest, hardworking people who want the country to succeed, who want Eskom to regain its brand, so to speak, as an efficient utility, and they understand that there's a small group of corrupt individuals in their midst who must be dealt with. And any endeavor, like the committee wants, and we want as well, to identify those corrupt individuals and deal with them would raise the morale of people working within Eskom itself. My own position, as I've said earlier on corruption is an uncompromising one, and one which indicates that I don't care what you belong to or where you come from. If you are clean, you are clean. If you have messy hands, and if there's evidence to that effect, then you have to face the consequences. And my own organization has taken very firm resolutions in that particular regard, and the necessity for renewal, both within and outside of the organization as well. The appeal that I think we need to make to those who are acting as people doing business with Eskom is please ensure that you charge the fair price for whatever service or product you deliver to Eskom, and don't overcharge because you want to buy the next fancy car, which is a habit that's being developed at this point in time. And we want honest business people to relate to businesses in the private sector, but also with the state-owned entities in particular. To Mr. Director himself, I want to point out to you that, notwithstanding issues of performance and focus, firstly, he informed me fairly late about the poisoning incident that he was subjected to. But when I did find out on about the 10th of January this year, I visited him and his family at their holiday home somewhere near Hermanus, and his wife and son that were in South Africa were with him. We had a cup of tea, and that was a mark of my human solidarity with him, to say you've been through a bad experience, and we want to show our support to you and your family, just as human beings, let alone anything else. And that, I think, is somewhere in the book as well. However, this egotistical trip that he's on at the moment is not serving him or the country in any positive way. And any notion that he has that he is this messianic or heroic figure that is going to, on the one hand, condemn all of us, but on the other hand, be the savior, but also take rather old-fashioned ideological positions in relation to both my organization, but others as well, is a misplaced area of focus on his part. And the breaking of his firm commitment when he signed the contract of employment, as I pointed out earlier, is one that no other private sector CEO does, and it's the private sector that he comes from. So that's a point that the public and the business sector in particular should actually take note of. I want to reiterate that I did not approve any so-called intelligence project in any form whatsoever, notwithstanding what Professor Makhoba said, which I think he misconstrued and misrepresented here. And it's only months later that in passing, his venture was actually mentioned to me, and I was minimally exposed to some information, but no evidence. And I was warned, in fact, that this is not evidence. I think as far as the business sector is concerned, the leadership in the business sector has played a very positive role in supporting many of the endeavors of government, and that's the positive part that we want to continue to sustain as we go forward. And it's a valuable partnership which indicates our ability to work together in the interest of the country as a whole, whilst each of us might have our specific interests as well. And finally, as I pointed out, what we want is a situation where both Parliament as a whole and the people of South Africa take a positive and firm stance on issues of corruption, and particularly those corrupt activities that impact on Eskom and its performance. That's harming our country, it's harming our country's reputation, it's harming our country's ability to attract investment into the country, to create jobs, and we need to do much more than what we are doing at the moment to tackle the scourge of corruption. So, Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity to interact with you, and in areas which I've indicated, I will revert to you. Some of it might take time, but others we will do so as soon as we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Colleagues, can I just make Advocate Mutibi and your team as well, thank you very much as always for being here. We will spare you a Cape Town trip next week. We're meeting virtually next week, Friday, with Dr. Mufamadi on the virtual platform. I have been in communication with him, and I've acceded to the request that he has made, which ultimately mean we will meet virtually. And Friday, colleagues, as you recall, is our meeting day actually. So it's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So we will meet on the virtual platform as a committee with Dr. Mufamadi next week, Friday. But in terms of also managing our own time and being cognizant of Parliament's timetable, on Wednesday, we will meet as a committee to deliberate on the hearings that we have had insofar as this matter is concerned, because as indicated, we wanted to arrive at a point to make a decision as to whether we proceed with an inquiry or not. So we will make those reflections next week, Wednesday, on all the meetings that we have had on this matter. So on Tuesday, there will be no committee meeting, colleagues. So Wednesday physically. Nice try. Wednesday physically. Friday we will meet on the virtual platform this matter. Because, Minister, I think one must say that we are not at inquiry stage yet. We were trying to piece all of this together and look at it, so we will take a decision. So, colleagues, are you fine? Everything is good? All right. People speak about 9 wasted years. Then there's also 3 wasted years. Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned.